Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R, so watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
All set. Let's go.
How long has it been since I kissed you? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since you held me? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since I felt like this about anything? I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. How long do we have to put up with?
The Multistrada V4, and now it is here in the Philippines. And what's even better is it's right here with us tonight. So we all get to see it being unboxed right in front of us. Showing Claudio Dominicali, the CEO of Ducati Motor Holding, represents the Multistrada.
I don't wanna wait no more. Ooh, when you put your arms around me, we go flying into ecstasy. Ooh, I can feel our bodies trembling, feel my adrenaline increasing. You make me feel the way. You.
So in that Ducati Philippines, cheers to the V4 Multistrada.
Take me higher. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. You make me feel the way. You have me in every way. You take me higher. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more.
fight not just for our flag, but also for our brothers. Michael and Paolo, Lord, thank you for gathering us here today. Lord, heal every broken bone. Make them recover really fast, full recovery, Lord God. And Lord God, we pray for strength for their families, Lord God, in this challenging time. This we ask in Jesus' holy and mighty name we pray. Amen.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the...
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to beautiful Batangas for day 2 of leg number 2 of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship. The first time the PSBK is back here in BRC in about 2 years. And since this is day number 2 and about 7:30 a.m., we are getting ready with the warm-ups for some of the racers that are going to be participating in the races this afternoon. Right now, we have on the track the Pirelli Petron PSBK Novice, or make that the Pirelli Cup Group 2. Those are the riders that are currently out on the track. Later on, after this group, will be the Pirelli Petron PSBK Novice, Intermediate, Open, Master, and Rookie class. Following that will be the Pirelli Petron 115 SL, 160cc, Intermediate, and Expert. And then we're going to be showing you the Pirelli Cup Group 1, and that's going to be happening at 7:40 a.m. After that, we have the 155 Super Sport and Sports class. And then the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. And after that, we have the Angkas Dream Cup at 8:10 a.m. And pagkatapos noon, we have at 8:25 a.m., we have the Pirelli Petron Underbone King. And after that, will the races start. So since this is day number 2, we had the time trials yesterday. We know the position of the racers on the grid when the races start at... The first race will be happening at just about 8:30 a.m. here in Batangas. And the first race will be the Pirelli Petron Underbone King. So we already know the positioning of the racers, and once we start the races at 8:30 a.m., tuloy-tuloy na po yan all the way until later this afternoon. So it's going to be a whole long day of non-stop racing actions. So kung mahilig kayo sa mga underbone, sa mga scooter, sa mga naked bikes, sa mga sport bikes, sa mga super bikes, all of that will be seeing action today. And this is the PSBK 2022. The Moraca 2022 and Philippine Superbike Championship will not be possible without the help of our sponsors. Angkas, Ducati, Petron, Petron XCS, Petron Sprint 40, Pirelli, GS Motorcycle Battery, Alpine Stars, Grentech Solutions Inc., JVT, and Drift Master Republic. Once again, good morning to all of you. Thank you for watching. I'll post to Gino Rufino, and in just a few moments, when the races begin, Rainiel Resuelo will be joining me here on the panel, and we'll also have Phoebe Walker going down to interview some of the racers, and we'll also be having a special guest dito sa panel to talk about, of course, the involvement of Angkas dito sa PSBK. Of course, Mr. George Rieca will join us here and talk about the developments for Angkas Motorsports. Medyo exciting po yan, and he'll let us know what's going to be happening in the near future. And syempre, yung mga sponsored riders niya, si EJ Sobretodo, who has done well dito sa PSBK, especially since first time niya mag 400cc, and he's already in pole position for today's race. All right, so just enjoy the warm-ups, and we will come back later on when the races are closer, and yeah, enjoy the PSBK coverage.
Please proceed to the start and finish. Novice, Inter Open, and Master Rookie class, please get ready for your warm-up session.
Welcome back to the Batangas Racing Circuit. Coming up now is the warm-up session for the PSBK Novice Intermediate Open Master Rookie class. These are going to be the fastest riders dito sa Pilipinas, and of course it's a hotly contested battle for the top spot here by between TJ Alberto and of course Marvin, and these are two former champions, and we'll see what's going to happen there. Medyo dikit po sila yesterday in the qualifying session, And both of them had some kind of issues that they had with the suspension and some other things in the bike, but they still finished 1 and 2 on the grid. And so it's gonna be exciting to see what's gonna happen in that race. Kasi dun sa first race natin, we saw these two guys medyo bakbakan na sila in their very first race last month. And of course, today promises to be just as exciting. As you can see, the riders are out on the track already. The BRC, of course, 3.7 kilometers, 14 turns, very technical track, a lot more technical than the location of the first leg dun sa Clark International Speedway. And it's TJ Alberto on your screens right now, bike number 77. And he was saying that he had issues now with the suspension, and let's see if they're going to be making the necessary adjustments so that he can retain his P1 position from last month. Back-to-back P1 po siya dun sa Clark International Speedway. Si Marvin naman, back-to-back P2. So this is the way the grid stands for this category. It's Marvin Magulabnan, P1, TJ Alberto, P2, and Dashi Watanabe, P3. After that, you have the Lawrence Macalinaw, P4. Pagkatapos noon, you have RG Romero, and then Manuel Chu, Jack Buncho, Charles Nolasco, Mickey Mazo, Ren C, Josh Tan, and rounding up the top 12, Alexander Barnuevo. So once again, this is the warm-up for today's races. And this is the Pirelli Petron PSBK rider. So these are the super bikes that are out on the track right now. On your screens is Lomac, also known as Lawrence Macalinaw. He switched teams last year. He was riding for a different, he was using a different motorcycle, and now he's using a Ducati. Lomac, of course, a very experienced rider. He was proven to show some very quick times. As I mentioned, he used to use a different bike, so this is only the second race weekend of the 2022 season. So maybe he'll get even faster as the season progresses, as he gets used to this bike and a new team even more. All right, up next, entering the track right now for their warm-up session is the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert. And there they are. Again, this is the warm-up session para sa Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert. And yung mga warm-up session po natin, they have 10 minutes to get out on the track, warm up the tires, warm up themselves, see if there's any final adjustments they want done before the races will begin at 8:30 a.m. And first race po natin is yung Underbone King. So, warm-up session pa lang to. As you see these guys trying to give themselves a little bit of a stretch this morning in preparation for the race later on this morning. Once again, this is the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert. So not all riders are going to be out on the track right now. It's just the ones who siguro who want to make some adjustments or want to see if there's anything else that they need to be that needs to be worked on. Some of the riders want to preserve the bike, preserve themselves, kasi kakapagod po yan when the race starts. They're going to be out on the track for mga 20 minutes or so when the race begins mamaya. And fatigue will set in, so you don't want to really just push yourself so much early in the morning before the actual races. It is nice to be back here at the Batangas Racing Circuit. The legendary Batangas Racing Circuit, which many racers from the Philippines of all motorsports claim to be their favorite track. Siyempre, the Clark International Speedway is also one of the favorites. But siguro yung the affinity with BRC for many racers kasi this is the place where many of the racers from the Philippines started, and may nostalgia.
Calling the attention of Pirelli Group 1. Pirelli Group 1.
So after this, we are going to be bringing you the Pirelli Group 1 warm-up. Welcome back to the Philippine Superbike Championship. The Pirelli Cup Group 1 is about to take their warm-up session out on BRC, and just completed the warm-up session was the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert class. And once again, the bigger bikes, the Pirelli Cup Group 1, will be heading out for their warm-up in just a few moments. And the warm-up sessions will be just about 10 minutes long. And as I mentioned kanina, that's really just for them to find out if there's any final adjustments that they want done sa mga bikes, or if they want to just be able to get themselves ready with their their mindset and focus ready for the races that's going to be happening at about 8:30 a.m. The first race today will begin at 8:30 a.m. and that is going to be the Pirelli Petron Underbone King. After that, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group 2, and at about 9:30 or so will be the Pirelli Petron PSBK. Yun po yung mga fastest riders dito sa Pilipinas, and that's going to be the Novice, Intermediate, Open, Master, and Rookie class. So it's going to be a day full of racing action, and we'll be right back. This is the Philippine Superbike Championship.
All set. Let's go.
All right, we are back at the BRC, and out on the track right now is the Pirelli Cup Group 1 riders for their warm-up session. Again, out on the track right now is the Pirelli Cup Group 1 riders out for their 10-minute warm-up session. Their first race will be at just about 10:30 a.m. later this morning. Of course, this is a pretty big grid. And a pretty interesting one also, because in the Pirelli Cup Group 1, you have a different types of bikes that are going to be out on the track. Meron dyan, syempre, mga sport bikes, meron din mga naked bikes, and they're going to be competing on the same grid. So that will be a little interesting to see if the naked bikes can actually keep up with the sport bikes. That's the last turn you see there, heading into the main straight of BRC. So this is the Pirelli Cup Group 1. that's out on the track right now. And if you're wondering yung mga position nila sa grid, Clyde Relativo is at P1. Mickey Mazo is at P2. Mickey Mazo is bike number 888. Relativo naman is at bike 515. And then Clint Nolasco, bike number 55, is at P3. John Timbol, bike number 823, is at P4. Meanwhile, Justin Guche will be at P5. He's on bike number 13. So we have a total of 21 riders para sa Pirelli Cup Group 1. On your screens right now, that's Ralph Andre Locinario, bike number 31. And when you see green on the track, you know what manufacturer that is. Okay, that was the Pirelli Cup Group 1 warm-up session. And coming up in just a few moments is the warm-up session of the 155 Super Sport and Sports class. Of course, Rainiel Resuelo now joins me here on the panel. And Rainiel, gaano ka importante yung warm-up session? It's only 10 minutes, but of course, it is something that a lot of riders want to take advantage of.
Yeah. Yes, good morning, Gino. So, warm-up, nakita natin, ang agang nag-start. So, yan yung mga last-minute adjustments pa. So, kung may nahanap ka pang tamang setting from qualifying yesterday, minsan may mga team pa na nagsusubok or more of yung term gamble sa set ng umaga. Usually, ipapalagay mo yung setting mo na yon and then itatry mo yung best if better ba yung setup na yun para pwede mo pa magamit for race 1.
And then if whichever is better, that's what you use for race 1.
Yes. Lalo na dun sa nationals natin, you are only allocated certain numbers of tires. So minsan gusto mong medyo na-scrub na yung gulong instead of using literally brand new tires before the race.
Yeah, kasi kanina for the example lang, for the nationals nga, for the PSBK, we saw not everybody go out.
Yes.
TJ Alberto, who finished yesterday in P2, he went out, and you could see he was really trying to push it a little bit and just trying to. And what do you think he was trying to do? Find the necessary adjustments para for the race later, or was he warming up himself, getting himself ready?
Oo, kasi from the qualifying lap times yesterday, I'm sure hindi yun yung best time nila. So baka nagsubok pa siya ng isa pang setup for this morning para kung yun yung gagamitin niya for race 1.
Yeah. And sabi nga niya sa akin kahapon, that they're riding almost 30% slower than in Clark here.
Yes, oo, kasi you reach a certain top speed sa Clark na hindi mo aabutin dito. And then usual setup, if you're carrying more top speed, you need a harder suspension kasi yung hard braking mas kailangan. And then obviously dito sa BRC, baka 20 kilometers slower sa mga straights. So, hindi mo kailangan ng ganun ka-stiff na suspension.
All right, we'll see what's going to be happening and if he's going to be making the necessary adjustments later on for the pre-final race of the PSBK. But in just a few minutes, the 155 Super Sport and Sports class will be making their way on the track for their warm-up session. And this is the category na masaya because we see a lot of the young guys.
Yes.
Some of them first time participating in a race this season, and stepping stone nga to. This is the grassroots of motorsports dito sa Pilipinas on 2 wheels.
Yes. May kita nila sa screen, may sticker pa yung gulong ni Alfonsi. So he's using his brand new tires sa warm-up to make sure na na-scrub off na.
And
before the race.
And that's why they're doing that. No, they're going side to side and just really trying to scrub off whatever's left, whatever is on that tire, so that it's more grippy for the race. And the weather forecast actually looks pretty good. It's going to be a little bit cloudy, but no rain.
Yes.
In this category, P1 yesterday was bike number 27. That was Joseph Dominic Purino. P2 is bike number 51. That's Alfonsi, who's on your screens right now. The Keegan. P3 naman si Chino Perez on bike number 28, followed by bike number 30, Bethany Tolentino. Then bike number 95 is at P5, Jasper Castro. Bike number 17, Mark Jason R. Mamol is P6. And rounding up the top 7 is Jared Resultay, bike number 81. So on your screens right now, that's Alfonsi and Jasper. Bike number 51, Alfonsi Dakigan, and Jasper Castro, bike number 95.
I'm sure tinutulungan niya may improve yung lap times before the race, maybe showing last minute racing lines.
That's Chino Perez, bike number 28. Followed by Jared Resultay, bike number 81. After this, we're going to be bringing you the warm-up session of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Make that the time trial for the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. So again, after this will be the time trial of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Medyo malaking grid yan. Maybe, if I'm not mistaken, the most riders. There's Chino Perez on your screens, bike number 28. Now, Rainiel, nakikita natin a lot of photos, sometimes in the streets of the Philippines, unfortunately. People always trying to knee drag. And there was a shot right there of Chino Perez actually with his knee on the ground. What is the purpose of that? Because some people think that it makes you go faster.
Actually, it makes you slower.
Kaya nga
Yes, dahil every lean angle nakabawas ng speed. And of course, yung pag knee drag, mag-scrub off siya ng speed. Pinakang useful siya is to know yung limit no cornering mo, and syempre nagkakaroon ka ng sort of control while cornering.
Yeah. So there it is from a champion racer. It does not make you faster. I take it from him. I know if I say it, hindi gaano ka ano yan eh. Parang, what does Gino know about that? Siguro, yeah, he rides, but he's not naman a racer.
Yes.
But a champion racer has said it. It does not make you go faster.
Yes, sorry. Hindi talaga. Dahil basta nilin mo yung bike, makaka-scrub off na kagad siya ng speed.
Pero maganda lang talaga sa picture. No?
Yes,
maganda lang tingnan sa picture.
And ano lang din, para sa mga viewers, masyadong may kita yun eh, na kung habol mo magmukhang mabilis, pagka nakalin ka, mas hindi yun mabilis.
That's Jared Resultay with a yellow motorcycle.
I think we only have 2 manufacturers joining the 155 sport class. Honda and a Yamaha motorcycles.
You know, sometimes I ask the people of Yamaha if they're number 1, they say yes. And then I ask the people of Honda if they're number 1, they say yes. Hindi ko na nga alam sino yung number 1 talaga sa dalawa eh.
Depende kasi kung anong category.
Pero yan ang maganda eh, yung rivalry na yan, no? Yamaha, Honda.
And hopefully we can see new manufacturer joining the super bike class, kasi yun yung naging aim ng mga younger riders na those are may mga teams na pwede yung puntahan once na mag-level up yung skills ko or career.
So this warm-up session is gonna wrap up fairly soon as Jared Resultay is exiting to the pits. And then after this, we're gonna be having the time trial qualification of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, a very popular class dito sa Pilipinas.
Yes, and on our screen, we have 26 riders for the Maxi Scooter.
Wow. Medyo marami nga yan.
Yes.
What's the ideal number of riders on a grid para sa'yo?
Me, siguro nasa 20 kung magkakalapit yung lap time. Usually kasi kaya nila nahahati ng mas madaming rider, dalawang class na pinagsasama and meron talagang gap sa lap time. So parang okay lang as long as hindi ma-overlap. Kasi yun yung pinakang safety concern if ma-overlap yung slower riders.
Yeah, so in a lap that's 3.7 kilometers here in BRC, do you think that's going to happen? Do you think that the back markers will be caught up by the guys in front?
Oh, usually pagka ang gap is mga 8 to 10 seconds per lap, sure na abutan siya.
By what lap will they reach each other? Sa tingin mo?
Itong mga scooters kasi they have fewer laps sa race. So, hindi mag-aabot. Siguro mga 8 or 9th lap.
8th or 9th lap. So, that's something that we have yet to see a blue flag here on the racetrack that will let the back markers know that a faster bike is incoming.
Yes. Usually, may kita mo yan sa mga faster lap times like Superbike or Pirelli. Kasi they're carrying more speed, lower lap times. Sure na may aabutan once na may nag-slow down sa back of the grid.
Of course, we are also equipped with safety measurements dito sa BRC, for the PSBK. We have a couple of ambulances on standby. Of course, we have a lot of medics on ground. And we do want to preach, we do want to promote motorsports and racing dito sa Pilipinas, but we also want to promote it in a very safe environment, in a controlled environment, preferably a racetrack or another controlled environment where there's no other motorists on or bystanders. So that's the way dapat it should be. If you want to race, do it in a safe and controlled environment. So the time trial is about to begin. This is the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Again, this is going to determine the position on the grid for these racers for their race, which will be happening at just about 11:30 a.m. later on.
So nadagdagan pa, nung pinalabas sila, they are already 38 riders for the Maxi Scooter.
38 riders! Yes. Napakarami naman yan.
So ito yung mix na merong ulit na group race na sinabay sa Maxi Scooter.
And you see some of the riders are the same team, diba?
Yes.
What kind of strategies are there for a team that go out in a heat like this?
Ang malaking factor kasi dito is yung drafting.
Okay.
Yung teammate, pinakang makakasama mo yan during qualifying, practice, and then of course, pag the race, usually pares kayong leading, kung maaga pa yung season or maaga pa yung championship, wala pang team orders yan. And then, along the season, if yung teammate mo medyo malayo na yung lead sa championship, minsan pinoprotektahan na yun ng team .
So of course, this is only leg number 2 of the
Yes.
2022 PSBK season. So there's still parang getting to know you phase pa siguro for some of the riders here.
And sino magiging dominant rider on that team? Sino magli-lead ng championship?
Pero mahirap talaga yan. Let's say you have a teammate. In your heart, alam mo, or in your mind, you think na kaya ko to . Alam ko teammates tayo, pero alam ko mas mabilis ako .
May kasabihan nga sila, di ba, na number 1 competitor mo yung teammate mo. Lalo na yung comparison, you're riding on same bike, same equipment, same support. So, yun na talaga. Kung anong inoras ng teammate mo, may pressure na I should be same time as him or faster.
Yeah. Of course, parang added motivation rin yan,
Kasi set agad yung expectation.
And then after a while, when my team orders na, protect him. Medyo mahirap na. Honestly, diba? Medyo mahirap na talaga. But you have to do it. As a teammate, you have to do it.
Saka medyo madaming tulong talaga yung having a teammate. You can test more parts, more settings, and then having I'm sure magkaiba lahat ng mga riding style ng mga riders. So nakapagsubok kayo ng iba't ibang setup for the bikes. na pwede mo i-share
Oo.
dahil teammates.
Advantage ba yun if your teammate and you are the same size, very similar weight? Advantage ba yun so that you can all the data that's going to be shared is going to be almost transferable to you?
Yes, oo, may mga ganun.
So once again, this is the time trial qualification for the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. "38 riders. Must be one of the biggest grids maybe ever dito sa Pilipinas. Uh-oh. We have a issue here. And it looks like this might be it. This is not a warm-up. This is a time trial. So he is not going to be able to clock in a time. And another one. So we have a couple of riders now having issues with their bikes. So let's see what's going to happen, and let's see what the team is going to do in order to fix this, or if they can fix it for their race later on. Sayang. Pero as they say nga, that's racing talaga. That really is part of it.
And they only have 5 minutes left for this qualifying session. It's bike number 99.
So there are some times in already. Sean Marshall is currently at P1. Again, if you're just joining us, this is the time trial qualifying session of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. And it looks like we have a new P1. We will have that for you in just a few moments. It's John Paul Capili, currently at P1. Bike number 12. And it's bike number 64 after him. So Mr. Capili currently at P1 for the MTRT Maxi Scooter class. P2 is Armand Salandanan. And that's bike number 64. Sean Barshal has dropped down to P3. There it is. So John Paul Capili, bike number 12, P1. Armand Salandanan, bike number 64 at P2. Sean Barshal, bike number 97 at P3. Ton Farin, bike number 63 at P4, followed by EJ Sobretodo. And then Jeffrey Chopenko, Dre Tabiquero, and JC Mercado. That is currently the lap times, as we see another issue here with another rider. We've seen a couple of riders drop out already of this qualifying heat. And see the smoke coming out of his motorcycle. What do you think is the issue here, Daniel?
Usually, pagka ganyan, it's either may leak, kaya nagpo-produce ng white smoke. And hopefully, not oils oil spill.
Yeah.
Kasi ganun din, same. Mag-white smoke din siya once magkaroon ng leak sa exhaust.
Would oil be your #1 nemesis on the
Yes.
on a track?
Oo, yes. Hindi mo makokontrol talaga yung slide pagka nalagyan ng oil yung tires mo. And very unpredictable, no? Habang nagra-ride ka, trying to do your best, getting the best lap time, and then suddenly may ganun.
Oo.
Hindi mo na talaga siya makokontrol. Magugulat ka na lang. Sumemplang ka na.
Siyempre, Rainiel, lahat ng corner dito, sabi mo, nakadesemplang mo na.
Medyo. From 2004 to 2017. Nag-race na, so that's long. Huwag na natin bilangin.
So the qualifying session is about to wrap up in just a few moments. Bike number 12, JP, is still currently at P1. There it is, JP Kapili P1, Ton Farin P2, Arman Salandanan P3, Sean Barshal P4, Jeffrey Topenko P5, followed by Kerwin Chang, Dre Tabaquero, and then EJ Sobretodo has dropped down to P8. EJ Sobretodo, bike number 22, and that is Team Angkas.
So from rider number 1 to rider number 8, we only have 2.7 second gap. So ganun din ka-competitive tong class na to. And I'm sure may improve pa nila yung lap times nila kasi lahat ng best time nila is on lap 3. So meron pa tayong 4 minutes 33 seconds remaining. We will see some of the riders will still improve their lap times.
That's my favorite shot of this racetrack so far. That drone shot from the back all the way to the main straight. Ganda. In that full tuck position, parang you can't really see forward anymore, diba? Like you're just trying to get as fast a time as possible.
Sobrang ano na lang talaga, limited view na lang, trying to save that.
You see some other riders pulling out of the race of the qualifying session, and that's unfortunate when you see that happen. But again, sabi nga natin kanina, that's part of racing. That's how the bike performs, how you perform. That's all part of it, and there's a lot of variables that come into play for success dito in any sport, but especially here in motorsports.
Yes, may kita din doon natin yung team preparation, no? Kasi hindi mo talaga pwedeng tipidin yung motorsport, especially if you're gunning for the championship. Because you're investing a lot of time, a lot of effort, and then of course yung budget for the whole team. And then hindi katanggap-tanggap yung excuse na naputulan ka ng belt dahil hindi napalitan ng brand new or nag-fade out yung brakes. So talagang yan, naka-factor in yan with your manager, with your team before pa mag-start yung season. Kompleto yung supplies nyo, may checklist every race. So ayan, yan yung kagandahan sa motorsport. Sobrang daming variables, sobrang challenging, pero what makes it exciting.
Yeah. And of course, when you end up on top of the podium, that's what makes it extra special.
Yan.
Everything had to fall into place for that moment for you to be on top of the podium and to enjoy that victory. Of course, that is the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, and the qualifying session is about to wrap up. And that's going to determine the positioning on the grid for that category. After that, we're going to be bringing you the Angkas Dream Cup warm-up session naman. So this is still the qualifying session that's out on the track right now. So EJ Sobretodo has jumped up now to P4. Of course, EJ Sobretodo joining multiple races this weekend, just like he did in the first race weekend. And one of the things that I liked about what he said, yung interview niya with Phoebe, Reniel, sabi nga ni EJ na in that first race sa 400cc category, sumemplang siya in the last lap because he was pushing so hard.
Yes.
So he learned from that.
Yeah.
Diba? He learned from that mistake, and he learned maybe it's a better option at that point na wag na i-push. Get the points, stay on get on the podium. Kasi from second place, he didn't even finish. Diba?
Yes.
So parang there's my risk versus reward. That was something that you kept on repeating last month about whether you're going to make the move or not. You have to calculate the risk versus reward on the racetrack, which is a little bit difficult to do kasi it's
Yung
hard.
adrenaline eh.
Oo.
Dun sa tingin ko manggagaling naman yung maturity ng rider. So after having races, may experience mo yung mga ganong situation, nakukompute mo na on the fly eh. Kasi usually pagka bago, gigil, adrenaline, gusto mo lang number 1. Pero through the years, syempre pagka nalalaman mo na you want the championship, this is only round 1, maybe we can improve on race 2.
Yeah.
So yun, dun na magpa-factor in yung calculation ng more experienced riders.
So let's see if EJ has indeed learned his lesson dun sa 400cc category. But currently, this is still the qualifying session of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Arguably the most famous class here in the Philippine Superbike Championship. Kasi 38 racers.
Yan ang what makes it special. If number 1 ka out of the 38 racers.
Diba? I mean, first out of 38. So John Paul Capili still at P1, followed by Ton Farin at P2. As you can see the paddocks now. Diyan yung mga, uy, kita ko kotse ko. That's where you see a lot of the team, a lot of adjustments being made, the paddocks. Of course, the team. Outside of the rider and the motorcycle, the team is also very important.
Yes. Kasi confidence din yun ng rider na may kita niya na well-prepared yung bike niya, walang nagpapanik sa garage, may kita niyang ayos na yung bike before he goes out. So talaga makakapag-focus lang siya sa racecraft niya.
And that's, as a rider, that's what you want to do. You don't want to think about, when you get into the paddocks, you don't want to think about the setup yung bike. Siyempre, you give your opinion, but let everybody else do their job. With these bikes, the bikes that are lower displacement, smaller tires, do you feel the bumps in BRC more than the big bikes, or pareho lang?
Ramdam mo din siya, lalo na mas magaan yung bike.
Okay.
Mas magaan, so talagang every bumps mas mararamdaman mo compared to the bigger bikes, heavier bikes.
Yeah. Of course, BRC, a more technical track, a track that has a lot of bumps through the years. Medyo, I'm sure Reniel na-master na niya yung mga lubak dito sa BRC. But it does add to the character. It does add to the racing of here dito sa BRC.
Ang dami nang na-produce na champion riders nitong racetrack na to since 1996. So one of the first racetrack here in the Philippines.
I think it's if you compare it to another sport, let's say it's the Boston Garden, the old Boston Garden, yung may hollowed places sa floor. So pag dribble mo, di ba, bigla hindi babalik yung bola. So it's very similar to the bumps dito sa BRC. If you master it, then you are going to be at a big advantage, and you see some of the riders helping each other get back to the pits. And that's not going to do well because this is the qualifying session. So some riders did not finish, and they're going to be having to start at the back or from the pit, or maybe not start at all. So P1, we have John Paul Capili, and then after him, as you see some of the riders helping each other back. P2 is bike number 63, Ton Farin. P3, Armand Salandanan, bike number 64, followed by bike number 22, AJ Sobretodo. So that should be an interesting race for the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. After this, we're going to bring you the Angkas Dream Cup warm-up session. And then after the Angkas Dream Cup warm-up session, the races begin.
Yes.
So once again, this is the Philippine Superbike Championship coming to you from the Batangas Racing Circuit, a favorite among many racers dito sa Pilipinas. Especially the more veteran racers. Let's say veteran na lang. Ayoko sabihin old eh. Pero yung mga veteran racers, parang every time you talk to them, they really love BRC.
Oh, iba talaga yung character dito, or hindi ko sure kung yung tinola sa tapat ng racetrack. Kasi we used to stay here for 3, 4, 5 days, and then syempre na I'm sure yung mga pumasyal dito, nakita nila pa yung opportunity na pwede pang maglagay ng kung ano-ano, restaurants or cafe na wala pa dito. So dati, nag-order lang kami ng mga cook meals sa harap ng racetrack. Because we stay here for 4 days, masasawa ka na sa mga fast food.
Oo. Of course, BRC, one of the stops of the 2022 season of the Philippine Superbike Championship. The other one, of course, is the Clark International Speedway. A little bit newer. Actually, I should say a lot newer.
A lot newer.
The facilities are a little bit more updated. At syempre, maraming hotel dun. Eh,
yes,
diba?
restaurants.
Maraming restaurants in Clark. So it's very different. It's a very different vibe between the two. Both equal, para sa akin, both equally good. Because ito, sabi mo, character, it has the history, it has the heritage. Yung isa naman is modern amenities.
Yes.
And then, of course, the surrounding areas is something that a lot of people will enjoy. This one, certain type of people will enjoy, but they love it.
Yes. And then, ito rin yung round na makakapag-set sila ng baseline setup nila for the whole season. So, ano ba setup sa BRC? Will it work in Clark or vice versa?
Yeah, so you do want feedback from how things go on, no? And the Angkas Dream Cup. Here are the riders. So according to our schedules, this is the warm-up for the Angkas Dream Cup. And this is the race na may cash prize. And it's not anymore 1, 2, 3 eh. Hindi lang pang podium yung cash prize eh. It goes all the way down. So kung sumali ka dito sa Dream Cup, chances are you could win. You could win cash prize. And of course, our good friends at Angkas has opened this to many riders out there. But in qualifying lang, to join the Angkas Dream Cup is you have to join the Pirelli Cup.
Yep. And I saw Mr. George Uriaca from Angkas earlier this morning. So good to see him supporting Philippine Motorsports, supporting new riders.
And he will be joining us here in the panel for this race later on. So this is just the qualifying. So for the actual Angkas Dream Cup, George Uriaca of Angkas will be joining us here in the panel to discuss his thoughts on why he put this up, his thoughts of his sponsored riders, and why he joined motorsports.
Yeah.
And I want to point this out because I remember talking to him about the Angkas Motorsports because he was trying to think about a name for it. He was trying to think, parang hindi pwede yung Angkas Racing because he doesn't want to say racing for Angkas because parang the connotation on the road is wrong, diba? Parang it doesn't send out a good message.
Yeah.
So sabi ko sa kanya, di Angkas Motorsports mo na lang. But I appreciate that because he was conscious about how it would be perceived by the public and by his riders. Kung nakasabi dyan Angkas Racing, it does sound a little bit negative. Imagine like you're in a car on EDSA or somewhere, tapos nakita mo naka-jersey Angkas Racing. The Angkas Dream Cup warm-up session is happening right now. Again, the Angkas Dream Cup, one of the first dito sa Philippines na may cash prize. And it is open. And that's the nice part about it. It's open to riders out there. Siyempre, yung ano dyan, you have to be able to join the Pirelli Cup to be able to qualify for the Angkas Street Cup.
And yung Angkas Motorsport, they are not only supporting underbones, they're up to 400cc big bike riders. So talagang magiging maganda to if they will be developing like a ladder type na championship para mas makapag-aim ng mas malayo yung mga riders na magsisimula pa lang.
Actually, EJ Sobretodo is their Angkas rider. And he started in the smaller displacement bikes.
Yes.
His father is actually a Angkas rider.
Yes.
And when the management of Angkas discovered that his son was a racer, syempre, they met with him. They saw what he can do. Tapos sabi nila, sige, let's do this. Let's support him. And they have a full-on team. Yesterday we saw the paddock.
And dito mo rin makikita yung mga competitive and sikat na race teams na sasali kasi hindi lang to, di ba, sa cash prize. Mas gaganahan sila na mag-compete dito para mapakita or ma-showcase yung mga brand, kung anong brand nila or tuning shop.
Okay, so the safety car is on its way out on the track, which means race 1 is about to begin.
Yeah.
The first race of leg 2 of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship, and that's going to be the Pirelli Petron Underbone King 155cc and 155 Open, Intermediate, and Expert. And this should be exciting because itong category na to, Rainiel, we see a lot of dicing, we see a lot of changes on the position.
And yung pangalan kasi, pagka pinakinggan mo, Underbone King. And of course, in the dito sa Pilipinas, ang laki ng market ng Underbone. And having that title, Underbone King, iba yung bragging rights.
Of course, the underbone category, sabi mo nga, is a very famous one dito sa Pilipinas, no? And rightfully so because, well, alam naman natin yung mga underbone, matipid sa gas, may performance, diba? Lahat-lahat nandun eh. So, and it's of course a little bit more affordable than some of the other bikes out there. So, syempre, it is a very famous category in the Philippines. And it's nice to see them on the racetrack.
Imagine Gino Rufino going sa Marilake having the title of Underbone King.
And if you're the king, diba, everybody wants to take you down. So it should be an exciting one. And the way this the qualifying session ended yesterday, P1, napakagaling tong VR Suba. Diba? And the time difference between him and of course EJ Sobretodo, the two of them are so good. Ang layo nila from the third.
Yes.
The time difference.
That's good 2-second gap from third place.
Yeah. So VR Suba, EJ Sobretodo, those are the two people to watch dito sa Underbone King category. But of course, it's racing, so anything can happen.
Yes.
So JP
and
Suba.
a big grid din. 28 riders
28 riders.
in this class.
How about this, Rainiel? VR Suba, followed by Sobretodo, followed by John Paul Suba. So he's in between two brothers.
Yeah. And followed by Tracy Soyanco, another seasoned rider, no? He's just joining now. Hindi siya naka-join on the first race.
Yeah.
So talagang magiging competitive to later. Pero pag na-maintain kasi ni VR Suba and EJ Sobretodo yung lap time na ganyan kalayo sa third and fourth, realistically, hindi aabutan yan even on the race day or race time. Sobrang layo ng pace. Especially on underbone and on a 3.7 kilometer racetrack. Medyo mahirapan umabot. Kung wala silang madidiscover na bagong setting yung 3 going down to 28 riders. So talaga makaka-break away yung dalawa.
And the two of them are actually joining multiple races, different categories this race weekend. Iba-ibang bikes, yung displacement sometimes, EJ nga, 400cc yung isa. So parang it's such a drastic change for them when they switch bikes. And it's not easy to do that.
Yes, especially scooter, and then babalik ka ulit sa manual transmission na bike. And then si EJ naman tumatalon ng 400 na iba yung orientation kasi hindi siya underbone, hindi siya scooter. Proper motorcycle siya, may tangke sa harap, heavier. So, malaking adjustment yun and kudos syempre na nakakapag-adjust siya and very competitive pa rin yung lap time niya.
Yeah, so Sobretodo usually top 3, sometimes 1 and 2. Pero I think the man to beat here is really VR Suba.
Yes.
He's really proven. Pati sa first leg natin as in we mentioned his name siguro almost the most out of everybody.
Yes.
Kasi palagi siya nandun na sa number 1. So it's been really fun to see him perform and what he can do on the racetrack because he has proven himself to be one of the best riders dito sa Philippine Superbike Championship. And in just a few moments, we are going to be having a guest here on the panel with us to discuss, of course, I was talking about George Rieca. He'll be joining us in the panel in a few moments to talk about the involvement of Angkas with Philippine motorsports on 2 wheels. And of course, he's also enjoying the races. I've never seen anybody so excited to have a race team.
Yun yung nakakatuwa, syempre, na dumadami yung nakakita ng motorsport. And naging interesado sila. So, good for the community having more support. Siyempre, Angkas, a very big name sa motorcycle industry ngayon, providing services sa mga Filipinos
jobs.
natin. Yes,
And a lot of
jobs. And of course, accessibility din. Makaikot yung mga tao na mas madaming option.
And yeah, so he has decided to join Philippine Motorsports, and it's going to be interesting to see what he has to say about it. No, and we will be having him with us in a few moments, and we are also getting ready for the first race of the second leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship 2022. Once again, it is going to be the Underbone King. The riders are making their way onto the track, and we will be bringing that race for you in just a bit. I hope you guys are enjoying our coverage of the Philippine Superbike Championship. And there they are, they're making their way on the track. Okay, so as the racers are making their way to the starting grid, I do believe Phoebe Walker is going to be down there with some of the racers to understand what's going on with their mindset, what's going on with the bike setup, and kung ano yung preparations nila for the first race of the weekend. And if Phoebe is ready.
Hi, good morning, Gino, Rainiel. Good morning din sa viewers natin today. I'm here on the grid para kausapin si Ray Arsuba. Hi! EJ, you're number 1. Nako, mali yung aking kodigo. EJ, sobre todo. Hi, good morning. How are you?
Hello po, good morning po. Okay naman po.
Yeah.
Well prepared naman po ngayong araw.
Okay, very good. So, okay tayo bike, okay tayo sa circuit. Ano ang feeling mo today?
Feeling ko competitive naman po ngayon. Feeling ko na makaka-podium ngayong araw. Sana magtuloy-tuloy hanggang mamaya.
Yes, you told us yesterday na medyo sumemplang ka the first time, no? So ngayon, hindi ka na ganun kakigil. Relax na tayo.
Po, relax na po ngayon.
Alright. Okay, good luck, ha? Good luck, EJ.
Thank you
See
po,
you
thank
later. Okay, dito tayo. Okay, ito number 2. Dito tayo number 1. Ray Arsuba. Hi, good morning. How are you?
Good naman po, okay naman po. Medyo excited na sa karera.
So sanay na sanay ka na dito sa Batangas Racing Circuit?
Opo, medyo natagal lang po kami na mag-practice dito kasi last na takbo po namin karera dito is last year pa. Last year pa.
Okay, so confident tayo today kahit kalaban mo yung kapatid mo sa number 3.
Opo.
Sanay na. Alright, good luck. Alright, see you later. Okay, ngayon, quick to the number 3rd. Ayan, to the number 3. Hi! John Paul Suba, magandang umaga sa iyo. Kamusta ang time trial mo kahapon?
Okay naman, maganda yung inoras. Ngayon, nandito ako sa pangatlo.
Okay, so sanay ka na dito sa circuit na to, no?
Ha?
Sanay ka na sa circuit na to?
Oo, halos 25 years na ako nagre-race.
Right, okay. So kamusta na ang kalaban mo lagi mong kalaban ng kapatid mo? Paano mas magiging competitive ka ba pag ganon? Or pikon ka ba sa kanya? Or paano?
Hindi naman. Pagka kami naman, tulungan lang eh. Kung saan siya malakas, ganun lang. Sabihan lang ng diskarte ng basta maganda yung takbo.
Kasi nag-placing kayo ng maganda nung sa Angkas Cup, nung nakaraang leg. So ano yung mga expectations mo today sa mga races natin?
Hindi pa natin masabi hanggat di natatapos yung karera eh.
Humble lang. Okay.
Yung ibigay ni God today, yun lang. Pasalamat pa rin tayo.
Yes. I like that. All right, there you have it, Gino. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much, Phoebe Walker. So, sabi nga ni the Suba brothers, they're going to help each other out. So when they have EJ Sobretodo in between the two of them, ano expectation natin? Will there be some teamwork to try and put both Subas in front on the top of the 1-2 steps on the podium? And here we go. The race is about to begin. Everybody on the grid that's not supposed to be there is exiting.
And I believe there's no more warm-up. So straight to race na to once the lights turn on.
Here we go, the first race of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Cup Championship. Leg 2 is about to begin. This is the Underbone King 155cc SL 155cc Open, Intermediate, and Expert class. The visors are down. There's the red flag up. There's still some people in the back of the track that are telling to get out of the way, and here we go. The green flag will go up, and then the lights will go on and would be off. And we're off. Great start here from VR Suba. A little bit of a delay there by EJ Sobretodo heading into the first corner. Let's see if the Subas can capitalize. That first corner, of course, a notorious first corner dito sa BRC. You see that's the number of racers. Ang dami nila on this starting grid.
And buti lahat okay na across ng turn 1.
That's a crucial one, oh. You have to get through turn 1 in order to be able to make it. And it's, pero sabi nga nila, there's no race that is won on turn 1.
Yes.
So VR Suba, fantastic start for him as he's still currently leading the pack. as they make their way to the back of the Batangas racing circuit. And you see the top two riders there right now, putting a little bit of distance between them and everybody else.
And it's good to see the number 2 riders catching up with VR Suba. So magiging competitive tong race na to. Buti na lang hindi parehas yung nangyari sa QTT na medyo malayo talaga yung gap nila.
And you see them there in the last turn heading into the main straight of BRC. Still leading the way, VR Suba. And it's that Sobretodo that's catching up with him, about to enter the first turn. He has the inside line, it's not going to get it, as VR Suba is able to still hold on to P1. And you see these two really going at it already. It's still very early in the race. That's Tracy Soyanco, actually. That is Tracy Soyanco. That's actually... That's bike number 14 at P1 right now. At P2 was bike number 29, which is Tracy Soyanco.
Yun yung nabanggit ko bago mag-start na another season rider joining the Angkas Cup. So talagang na-i-invite yung mga iba't ibang riders to compete.
So VR Suba still number 1 here. Currently still the underbone king in this race. Oh, there's a rider down. And let's see if we can see which bike that is and who it is. But it is bike number 14 and VR Suba, and bike number 29, Tracy Soyanco. Sabi mo nga, Rainiel, he is a very experienced rider who did not join the first leg. So this is the first time we're seeing him this season. And he had a great start because he started from P4 and he jumped to P2.
And now on P1.
Now on P1. And they're about to catch up with some back markers already. So that's Tracy Soyanco followed by VR Suba. After them is John Paul Suba. EJ Sobretodo did not have a good start to this race despite starting from P2. So Tracy Soyanco P1, VR Suba P2, John Paul Suba P3, Kerwin Chang P4, RR Espiritu P5, EJ Sobretodo P6, Andre Reyes following at P7, and Joseph Dominic Porino rounds up the top riders so far of the field of 28. So it's Suba versus Soyanko. Currently, Soyanko has been able to get in front of Suba. And Soyanko looking like he can put a little bit of distance here. He's very fast at the back part of BRC. Tingnan natin kung he can add to this lead or VR Suba can catch up.
Yan yung kagandahan, no? If the race is joined by multiple race teams, talagang mamomotivate sila. Ayan, I think Tracy Soyanko getting a good gap between him and VR Suba.
Mabilis siya dito sa likod eh. Diba? Heading into the main straight eh. He was able to catch up with VR Suba here in the first lap. It's almost side by side heading into turn number 1, and he started from P4. Soyanko still ahead. Bike number 29, followed by VR Suba, bike number 14. John Paul Suba, top 3. Bike number 27, followed by EJ Sobretodo, making up some ground after a poor start. Bike number 22. And then followed by Kerwin Chang, bike number 99. But the story of this race has been so far, Tracy Soyanko missed the first leg. Back here for leg number 2 of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship. And currently leading the first race of the weekend.
And dito sa unang mga turns, so may kita natin nakakadikit ulit na close yung gap ni VR Suba kay Tracy Soyanko. But once na makakross tayo ng double apex, may kita natin ulit na nakaka-build ng gap si Tracy.
So yan yung mga strength ng each rider.
Yes.
Parang mas malakas si VR Suba in the front part of the track, while Soyanko proves to be supreme dun sa likod.
Yes.
But Tracy Soyanko looking very strong here in this race. Here we go again at the back of BRC. Once again, the lead is starting to increase. Let's see if VR Suba can close it a little bit and make up for it in the front of the Batangas racing circuit. It's closer than it was in the last lap. As we head into the final corner to the main straight, VR Suba is definitely closer here in this lap as he was compared to the last one. Soyanko still ahead, P1, followed by Suba, P2. Another Suba, P3. Sobretodo, 4. Cham, 5. Espiritu, 6. Reyes, 7. Barshal, 8. Barshal, 7, I should say. Espiritu, 8.
Looks like Tracy Soyanko went wide on turn 3, allowing VR Suba to retake the lead.
So sometimes if you're a racer, you just want to apply pressure as much as the guy in front.
Yes.
And that possibly can force them to make a mistake. Here they are almost side by side, entering the back part of BRC. VR Suba getting this corner from Tracy Soyanko. Good stuff here from VR Suba.
I hope this dicing will allow the third place na mas maklose yung gap.
And there is a rider down. And looks like he is a little bit hurt. Expect some flags to come up on that part of the track as we take on the action. Suba against Soyanko. Last corner. It's still Suba ahead. Bike number 14. Soyanko follows closely. Bike number 29.
And we only have 2 laps to go for these two riders.
John Paul Suba follows at bike number 27, P3. Followed by Kerwin Chang. There's
another mistake from Tracy Soyanko.
So VR Suba putting some distance now between him and Soyanko.
Soyanko almost crashed on turn 1. Nag-slide yung front tire niya pero na-control pa. But that gap will allow VR Suba.
So, as you mentioned nga, yung turn 1 na yan, medyo notorious. So with only 2 laps to go, VR Suba has regained control of this race. Now he's all alone right now. Soyanko almost crashing in the first turn. And this has allowed VR Suba a wide margin. Some fantastic stuff between these two racers, VR Suba and Soyanko. And let's see if Suba will manage to hold on as he is catching up with some back markers now.
So let's see if the third place will catch up with Tracy Soyanko.
So the third place was the brother of VR Suba, John Paul Suba.
A more relaxed Suba.
A more relaxed. Oh, definitely more relaxed Suba as he's catching up with some more back markers. So Suba, Soyanko, Suba, Chang, Sobretodo, Purino, Barshal, Reyes. Those are the top 8 so far with 1 lap to go. Soyanko has definitely slowed down now. So after a fantastic first half of this race for Tracy Soyanko, and sabi mo nga, Rainiel, he almost crashed dun sa turn number 1. That definitely affected him.
Yes, and that's the pressure and yung pagiging consistent no sa bawat lap. So nakita natin na very consistent si VR Suba ngayon.
That goes back to what you were saying no? Even the last leg, risk versus reward. There was a risk there entering the first corner and he went for it.
Yeah.
An incident almost happened and now this is the result.
Yes, he's managing yung podium spot niya at the moment. Especially last lap to go, imposible na niyang maabutan yung ganyang kalaking gap. So I think mini-maintain na lang yung second place position.
VR Suba checking behind him to see how close Tracy Soyanko is. He's got a good enough lead right now that he should be able to cruise to a victory here in the first race of leg number 2 of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship.
That's a 4-second gap between VR Suba and Tracy Soyanko right now.
And here's Suba. Crossing the start-finish line and gets the checkered flag as he led this race for most of the way with a little bit of a threat from Tracy Soyanko in the beginning. But he still manages to overtake Soyanko to claim the first race of the 2022 Philippine Superbike Championship, leg number 2. The Underbone King, VR Suba. He was P1 in qualification and still P1 here at the end of the race. He is followed by Soyanko, P2, John Paul Suba, P3. That is your podium. 2 Subas finishing where they started in this race. Yeah. Those are provisionary results. Kerwin Chang is P4, Sobretodo P5.
And you can see from our screen, our top 6 rider having identical lap time is a 1 minute 55 seconds.
There it is. Suba, number 1. Soyanko, number 2. Suba, number 3. Chang, number 4. Sobretodo, 5. Porino, 6. Reyes, 7. Sean Barshal, number 8. That is your top 8 as the race is completed. So exciting stuff there, especially between VR Suba and Soyanko.
Oh, may surprise rider tayo for this na nakakagulat talaga nandun siya bigla sa front pack.
So he started at Soyanko started at P4. Fantastic start. Oh, VR Suba had a good start too, but Soyanko had an even better start, being able to leapfrog several riders to be right behind Suba in the beginning. And then dun nga, we saw him very strong at the back of BRC, and he was able to overtake VR Suba. But the experience of Suba, the racecraft of Suba, proved to be too much as he was able to still end up P1 after this race.
Yun yung extra pace no na nakita natin ng qualifying na he's carrying speed talaga na hindi basta-basta maaabutan. So ngayon, kahit may dumating na bagong rider, he can confidently defend his position.
As we take a look at highlights from this race, and we're going to see a lot of Suba versus Soyanko. This was fun. This was a very, very fun race in the Underbone King category. After this, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. And what's interesting here, we're seeing some riders will hop from this race and will hop on another bike to race in the next one. So medyo that will be an interesting topic of conversation later on. But here it is. This is such a beautiful race. The dicing between these two, parang siyang dogfight talaga eh. Okay, so we do have a special guest right now here on the panel. Of course. He has recently decided to join motorsports here in the Philippines. He has sponsored a rider as well who is competing in different categories. Of course, we were talking about him kanina. No? He's a very well-known guy. He's not just in the motorcycle industry, but even in life in general. I'm talking, of course, about George Rieka of Angkas.
Well, not as well known as you, Gino. And of course, we have here the Grandmaster, the pinaka-idol champion ng Philippine motorsports racing, Rainiel.
Of course.
Thanks for having me, guys.
George, I still remember when we were discussing about how you would enter Philippine motorsports. What was the final decision that you decided, sige na nga, let's do it. Let's put up a team and let's go full on into this?
You, pare. No, kidding aside, I think for us it was really I love motorcycles.
Yeah.
I really, really love motorcycles. And, I see how motorcycles really has helped uplift many of the lives of our countrymen, right? That's the first thing that they buy is a motorcycle. Yan yung, symbol and path nila yan for economic freedom. Pag may motorcycle sila, nakaka-side hustle sila, nakakapunta sila sa trabaho, family car na rin yan. And I realized that, there was a lot of interest in the motorcycle across all demographics, right? And the community that we built in Angkas, and the community actually across all motorcycle riders that use it for business, which is 18 million in the entire country. Geez, it's a huge number. I think they need something to aspire to. No? They need something that they can look up to, right? And I think the next level of safety is motorsports. So as we advocate safety amongst everything else, I see it also when we ride in Marilake, when we ride outside. There's a lot of people trying to race on the streets. And I know Rainiel told me, alam mo, when Rainiel was teaching me how to ride a bike, actually, ito yung tutor ko yan eh. Oh. He told me, so pabalik kami after the track, di ba? So we were like, Rainiel, tara, let's ride back. But I don't ride on the streets, dude. I just ride on the track. And that really, really stuck with me. You want to race, show your talent on the track. Don't do it on the streets. On the streets, that's meant for something. It's meant for going from point A to B. It's meant for your negosyo, for your family. So let's separate the both. And what perfect platform to introduce safety for Angkas than motorsports.
Of course, Georgia, you also have decided to sponsor some riders, and
Yeah.
EJ Sobretodo is that rider, and what a great story for him, because he is the son of an Angkas rider.
Yes.
And he races, and then now he didn't even race a 400cc before, and then we
Yeah.
see him putting in great times and being in pole position in the 400cc category.
Yeah, I know. You know, si Toti, he really likes fast action. He really likes fast action. So talagang that's something that we really discussed beforehand when we partnered with Ducati. So Angkas Ducati partnered for a grassroots training program. And I realized also, alam mo, it's not cheap to race
hindi naman.
in
Oo
this
naman.
world, right?
Oo.
You know, especially in motorsports, diba?
Oo.
So we wanted to give a chance to everybody, no? Whether may kaya ka or wala kang kaya, as long as you have talent on the road, on the track, then we're here to support you. And EJ is a very, very perfect example of that. And si Toti didn't waste any time. He said, no, pasok mo na sa 400 yan. Here, I'll give you the bike. Actually, the bike's Toti's. So, and we really, that's the whole program. Kung okay ka sa, may talent ka on the street, put it on the track. Pag nanalo ka sa Angkas Dream Cup, then we bring you up to the different classes. And then if you become a champion here in the Philippines, there's a potential that we bring you international.
That's great stuff. I mean,
Oo.
we were talking about that, Rainiel.
Oh, yun nga yung tulad na nabanggit niya, something to aspire. Na syempre, sobrang dami nating riders sa Pilipinas and magandang nagkaroon ng opportunity yung mga riders na makita dahil sa platform na to.
Alam mo, like Rainiel, di ba? Si Rainiel, ang dami sigurong stress, pare, na non-related sa track.
Yes.
When you were going up from underbone
Yes.
all the way up to the
Oo.
superbike. So, sana matanggal namin yung stress na yun sa mga aspiring riders.
Yes.
And they really just focus on how
Oo.
to race on the track.
And yun nga yun yung challenge, getting sponsor, going to the track, and then of course, improving your racecraft.
Ikaw lahat gumagawa niyo.
You know, guys, the Pirelli Cup Group 2 riders are already on the track for their warm-up lap. There was an incident in the last race, and that's why we saw the ambulance on the track, and that's why we were talking about the safety measurements that we have here on the racetrack. We are definitely safety first. That's why the ambulance is there and to help anybody that needs it. But let's really go quickly to the grid right now because Phoebe is there with some of the racers. Phoebe?
Hi guys. We are here again on the grid for Pirelli Cup Group 2 to talk with the racers. Again, for number 1 ngayon, we have EJ Sobretodo again. Wait, painumin muna natin kasi kakatapos niya lang mag-race. How are you? And wala kang pahinga today, no? How are you?
Medyo nakakapagod lang. Kasi dikdikan yung laban kanina. Medyo may mga pagkakamali lang na nakakuha lang ako ng P5. Sana ngayon mag-maintain man lang dito kahit podium muna.
Yeah, what happened? Anong nangyari doon? Anong tingin mo?
Kasi nagkagit-gitan na kami, medyo na-delay na. Tapos nauna na yung iba. So, malaking delay yung nangyari kaya napunta ako sa likuran.
Pero anong pakiramdam mo kasi you join a lot of races and then I know iba-iba rin yung bike na gamit mo. So paano ka nakaka-adapt at nakaka-adjust bawat race mo?
Bago pumunta dito, training muna, stamina. Tapos bago ako lumaro ng mga ganitong motor, practice muna. Mga 1 week before, nandito na kami sa racetrack para na ma-muscle memory na yung motor. Kahit magpapalit-palit ako ng motor, alam na ng katawan ko. Ayun lang.
You're doing very well. Good luck, EJ, ha? Okay, smile. All right. Now we are moving on to number 2, Clyde Relativo, who is not here yet. Wala pa si 2. Hi! Hi, sir! Ayan, medyo missing tayo ng ibang racers, ano? Wala pa yung rider, pati si Joshua Navarro ng number 3 P3, wala pa rin. So, pwede ba tayo lumapit kay Mr. Kawasaki, Team Kawasaki? P6. All right. Rod Valdez. Hi. Hi, sir. Sir Rod, magandang umaga po. This is your first race today, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
How are you feeling? Kamusta?
A little bit excited.
Okay. Bakit?
Kasi ngayon lang uli ako kakarera after 3 years.
Okay, but how are you with the Batangas racing circuit? Kasi our first leg was in Clark, no? So well adapted ka naman sa both circuits.
Yes, actually, home port natin to.
So kamusta? Excited?
Excited, super excited.
Anong expectation mo today?
At least pumasok tayo sa sa 1, 2, 3, okay na yun.
Alright, 1, 2, 3.
Race, okay na yun.
Okay, 1, 2, 3 is the goal. Good luck ha. Good luck, Sir Rod. Alright. Okay, ngayon, nandito na, dumating na si Joshua Navarro of Team Kawasaki as well. Let's see if makakasingit tayo dito. Hi!
Hi! Hello!
Pwede po makausap yung racer? Hi! Picture. Hi, Sir Joshua. Kamusta?
Hello, okay lang.
What's your expectation for this race?
Ano lang, good race lang, tsaka good results.
Okay, and okay ka dito sa Batangas Racing Circuit compared to Clark? Which do you prefer?
Mas challenging dito sa Batangas Circuit dahil mas maraming liko, tsaka yun. Unlike sa Clark, maraming diretso.
Okay. Alright, good luck, sir. Okay, bye guys. See you again later.
She talked to EJ kanina. She talked to EJ now. George, medyo kakapagod ginagawa ni EJ.
Nakakapagod, oo. Talagang, I think Rainiel would be the one to be able to really explain from his personal experience what it feels like riding on several classes, no?
Oo. Nung mga later part na.
Nakaka-stress ba yun, pare?
Oo, lalo na yung pinagkaiba nung bike. Kasi kahit umikot ka na, kahit na-practice mo, iba pa rin yung from magaan na 150 and then biglang 400cc.
Okay, so but that's something I want to point out also. I mean, kaka-stress, kakapagod, but he's doing it back to back.
Yeah.
And no joke yun. I mean, he just finished, and that's also important to have the Syempre, kanina he was kind of, you could see it in his face. He was kind of upset about his finish being P5 only.
You have to brush it off, dude. And move on to the
Tapos dito pole position siya. So he needs to figure out a way, as George said, to put that out of his mindset and get ready for this race and focus.
So may mga ibang nakamiss sa starting grid, no? Sa tingin ko nasarhan sila sa pit lane. So I think the guy missing in 5th place.
So that actually is going to benefit EJ because there are a few people missing. Although P2 and P3 look like they're there on the grid now. So let's see if EJ Sobretodo can have a better start here, because his start in the last race wasn't great. And that cost him immediately. Like from turn 1 onwards, nandun na siya sa P4, P5. So this one has a warm-up lap. So the guys who were not on the grid right away, hindi naka-warm up. So they just made their way out of the grid and...
Oh, wow.
Strategy ba yun or naiwan lang?
Naiwan lang, of course.
That I think would be a bad strategy. But you're not unfamiliar with racing. You race yourself, Gino.
I've raced cars.
Yeah.
I ride bikes, but I've raced cars. Here in the BRC, I've raced here in the BRC.
So another big grid of 25 riders joining the Pirelli Cup race.
Kailan ba natin makikita yung ding-dong dito, Rainiel?
Yan ang hindi pa sigurado. Malalaman pa natin for coming years.
So that we have more bike services on the track supporting the motorsports community.
Mas naha-highlight.
You guys are also very focused on safety.
Yes. Magandang point din yung binanggit ni George kanina na motorsport is a good parameters of safety kasi talagang if you're operating on the highest level, of course yung pag-prepare ng bike, making sure na tip-top condition, so makikarry yan sa mga practices nila in angkas.
And you know, maganda dito, even for my biking community, no, not only do they have a hero, they have someone to aspire to. Instead of being the racer themselves, they can just root for their favorite, hero on the track. No? So I think it really, helps also discipline them on the road. Kasi syempre ngayon, meron na silang angkas motorsports eh. Hindi na sila may rini-represent na silang ganong klaseng program. So they need to be able to show that and embody that also on the road.
You know, Rainiel, I actually I did the course of angkas Yung parang ano nila, yung gymkhana nila inside the Angkas in the headquarters. Medyo mahirap talaga, bro.
Safe to say you won't be riding on Gino's back for a fee.
Pero
pang-akap kay Gino pwede. Pwede yun.
Pero the thing is, I used a big bike, so talagang hindi kaya, di ba? Ang liit-liit ng mga yung mga...
No, but you've seen the HPG guys do it on a big bike.
That's right. Much respect to the riders among us because they really put themselves through a very tough course in order to get that license so that they can ride for Angkas. So the riders here in the Pirelli Cup Group 2 are making their way on the grid. Once again, that is EJ Sobretodo, P1, P2, Clyde Relativo, P3, Joshua Navarro. Casey Edward Clamor is at P4. And let's see what happens here. Some riders did not make it out on the grid in time, but they are, at least the first row and the second row are complete. EJ Sobretodo just finished riding in the Underbone King, and here he is once again riding in back-to-back races for the 400cc category of the Pirelli Cup. This is no joke what he has done here. If one race is already tiring, what more two back-to-back? So let's see if he can, if he has the stamina. Sabi nga niya na he was working on his stamina throughout the season. And let's see if it pays dividends. And the visors are down. See the red flag up? It's gone. The lights are on. And the racers are off. Great start there by Relativo. Once again, a very slow start by EJ Sobretodo. Let's see if he can make up for it, but he's already lost a couple of spots here entering turn number 1. He is currently at P3. And Clyde Relativo showing that experience there from the start, getting the jump on him, as well as Joshua Navarro as well. EJ Sobretodo has work to do here in this race. Clyde Relativo, fantastic start. That's him in bike number 15. He was at P2. And right from the jump, he got P1. And how much of that is experience? Because sabi nga ni EJ, this is the first time he's riding a 400cc motorcycle.
Malaking factor talaga yung napagod siya dun sa naunang race. Pero nakita natin ngayon na recoup na niya yung position niya from first turn, naging third place na ulit siya, and turn 2 already on second spot. So, ayan, I'm sure mahahabol pa niya si Clyde Relativo in this first half of the race.
Let's see what happens here. EJ Sobretodo losing one spot currently now. Relativo, the experienced rider that he is there at P1. But this guy hardly makes any mistakes. So from the first leg to this leg. And he was the reason why EJ actually sumemplang siya sa first leg. Because he was trying to catch up with him.
Nanggigil yata si EJ nga.
Pero sabi nga niya, he learned from that. No? To him, there is no failure, only feedback. Definitely. And that was the feedback. So Clyde Relativo making his way to the last corner of the track into the first main straight. Sobretodo hot on his heels. Let's take a look at the standings right now. It's Relativo, Sobretodo, Navarro, Dominguano. Those are the top 4 currently here for the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. If you're just joining us, this is the second race of leg number 2 of the Philippine Superbike Championship. That is Clyde Relativo leading the way, bike number 15. Using the clear visor that Rainiel likes.
Does it make a difference, Rainiel, with the clear visor and the tinted ones?
Sa akin talagang I prefer clear kahit lunch time. Ngayon kasi umaga pa eh.
Minsan kahit nag-glare yun when the sun is up?
Oo, mas kita. So talagang rider preference.
Ako mas type ko yung smoke.
Ako kaning mas pogi.
But George, what about EJ's story do you like? That I mean, obviously, that aside from his racing, there was also something about his story that attracted you to him. That's why you sponsored him.
No, I think for me it's really he's been racing for a while.
Yeah.
He's been racing on a shoestring budget, a very slim team, and it's just really determination. You know, Angkas has always been, you know, known for grit, and somebody who keeps at it, you know, over and over again, even with, you know, very, very little support, is something that you really have to recognize and support at the end of the day. And for me, consistency is key. Diba? Kahit matalo ka, kahit you fall down, like he said, diba? There's no failure, there's only feedback.
Yeah. And speaking of which, EJ Sobretodo getting that gap a little bit closer now.
Yeah,
to
that's
Clyde
1
Relativo.
second off. Na yung nabawas niya, on the first lap it was 1.7 and now it's only 0.7 second.
So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens here. There's still a lot of time left here in this race.
Ayan na yung grid na sinasabi ni George from EJ. Yan ang CAS.
You know, alam mo, there are 18 million motorcycle owners. I'm sure our talent pool is very, very wide.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, only the top 1% is able to really go into motorsports. So hopefully, with the help of sponsors, with the help of people getting more exposure to the sport, we can really find really good talent. Marami yun, million na nagbumotor.
Yeah, sabi nga ni Reynal, diba, parang the Filipinos meant for this because hindi naman tayo matangkad. Diba? Hindi naman tayo malaki. I mean,
Low center of gravity.
Low center of gravity. Bagay na bagay sa motor,
Bagay
diba?
na bagay. Hindi na natin kailangan mag-crouch ng ganun.
Kasi ganun na tayo eh.
Ang kailangan lang iwasan if yung mga Angkas supporter will be going to the track, baka mabawasan yung maghahatid sa ating mga passenger.
Watch out on weekends, guys. Medyo
But the Angkas Dream Cup is also a first dito sa Pilipinas, though, yung prize money na yan.
Yes.
And I understand it's different anymore. It's not anymore 1, 2, 3.
Yes.
It goes how far now?
It goes all the way up to the last place. So
wow.
We have a prize, parang children's party pare. Every money comes with something, comes home with something. No? So from first place all the way up to the 20th place.
All right, so currently now, Clyde Relativo still at P1, EJ Sobretodo P2, followed by Kirk Dominguano, and then Joshua Navarro, Rod Valdez, Casey Edward Clamor, Boston Lim, and Homer Sabang will round up the top 8. You know, I heard a story. I don't know lang if it's really true. No, Clyde Relativo was in the States riding in a racetrack in the States. They didn't have a timer on his bike, so he didn't really know how fast he was going. At the end of his session, some of the guys there pulled him aside and said, "Do you know how fast you were going? You were beating some of our super bike riders." So that's a little bit of a tidbit about him. Gaano kabilis siya.
You know, that's also the practice on the track is really required. No? That's why, hopefully, with the right support, you get a lot of our riders locally to go practice in the international tracks and be very, very competitive there. Because at the end of the day, you still gotta know, the landscape, the turns and everything.
At saka yung mga lubak-lubak dito sa BRC. Sabi nga ni Reno, master na niya.
Yan yung additional handicap.
Na once na pumunta ka sa better track, mas madali. So ayan, I think EJ is still closing the gap. Mas mabilis siya dito sa last part of the track. Dito siya nakakadikit.
Clyde Relativo still ahead. Let's see if Sobretodo can close that gap. But when Relativo sees an open track in front of him, you could see him kind of salivating. Like he knows that he is in command. But he did look back.
Yeah, he did look back.
He did look
I saw
back
that.
in that last turn. Does he feel EJ Sobretodo, who is behind him by just a hair? Does he feel the presence of Sobretodo chasing him down? Is the question now as they got past turn number 1.
I think this is also where you balance skill and experience, no? Because talagang nakakabog ka dyan sa ganyang klaseng portion ng racing.
And 3 laps to go. Nakikita nyo, head down pa rin talaga si EJ trying to catch up.
But and this is where we were talking about racecraft kanina. No? Like it's really important. And for EJ, who this season is the first time in a 400cc motorcycle, that's where he lost it also in the first leg. Because he was ahead and then he lost it because of I guess the lack of experience with the bigger bike. And it kind of happened here also. Did he learn his lesson from the last leg? Yung sumemplang siya in the last lap trying to reach Clyde Relativo. Let's find out in the last 2 laps to see if he did indeed learn that lesson. Kasi second place na siya nun eh. Nag-podium na sana siya eh. But
Ito, medyo malapit. Until the last lap to, for sure, he'll be pushing.
Relativo again entering the last turn and into the main straight.
Relativo was very consistent. Very, very, very consistent.
It's Relativo once again, sobre todo a little bit further now. Then Dominguano, Navarro, Valdez, Clamor, Lim, and Chan. Top 8 on your screens. So Clyde Relativo pulling away just a little bit there. The question now, has fatigue finally set in on Sobre Todo? Remember, he just raced right before this race. Let's see. Let's see. Ooh, a little bit of a mishap there on Relativo. Yun ang mga lubak talaga dito sa BRC.
So let's see if makikita yung changes na yun sa lap time nila when they pass the start-finish line.
But this is where it's gonna happen. If it is gonna happen in this race, Sobre Todo catching up to him in the back part of BRC where he is actually stronger than Relativo.
And kung ikaw si Clyde, mapapaisip ka eh na nag-o-overheat na ba yung tires ko? So, bawas yun each turn na iisipin mo, dudulas ba to, kakapit ba to, dudulas. And that's 0.1, 0.2 second per turn. So, nakikita mo, ang laki kaagad ng nilapit ni EJ kay Clyde. Kasi confidence game yan eh, na pagka na-feel mo yung dulas na yun, mapapaisip ka eh, may kapit pa ba yung tires?
Look at this.
Ayan.
Look at this. Entering the final lap of the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. DJ Sobre Todo gaining on Clyde Relativo. It's 0.184 difference. Here they come in the first turn. Sobre Todo applying the pressure now in the final lap. One more lap after this. He's got almost 1.5 laps to go.
Oh, saw that wobble a little bit again.
Relativo and Sobre Todo, these two are going to be the two people to watch this season because they have always been battling at the front of this race.
They have a 24-second gap. Yung third place.
That is almost unheard of.
They have their own world, pare.
Can Relativo hold him off? There are some back markers already. Maybe that will work to the benefit of Sobre Todo.
So we can see the marshals waving the blue flag sa mga lap riders natin to make way dun sa top 2 riders natin.
Right there, right? That back marker right there has slowed down not one, but both riders. Let's see if it's who it affected the most. Sobre Todo gaining on him, entering the last turn. Here we go. The main straight. Sobre Todo against Relativo. Almost side by side. And that's the checkered flag. Relativo manages to escape with a victory. And you see it there, the respect between the riders. And that's what it's about.
So has he learned this lesson, Gino?
It's hard to say. I mean, right there, you have to push. Because he was, sabi nga ni Reniel, it was so close na kailangan talaga.
Oo, hanggang nakikita mo. Hanggang nakikita mo yung rider.
Kasi yung first race sa Clark, yung leg number 1, medyo malayo eh. But he was gaining, pero medyo malayo. Ito, within sight.
Within sight, yes.
But what a fantastic race for Clyde Relativo, starting P2 on the grid, ending up winning it. And much respect also to EJ Sobretodo.
Bad start.
Very bad start, and managed to really squeeze Clyde Relativo all the way until the checkered flag. That was fun. That was a really, really exciting race.
That's a 0.2-second gap between the two of them.
And then Kirk Dominguano will round up the podium, plus 28.772.
Oh,
wow, that is a big gap between number 2 and number 3. Rod Valdez, Clamor, Navarro, Lim, and Chan round up the top 8. But bravo to Relativo, bravo to Sobretodo. Fantastic showing here in only the second race of the race weekend. And both races already have been action-packed.
Yeah.
It's like a very exciting Sunday for everybody here, huh?
Of course.
Yun yung hihintayin mamaya yung race to nila after lunch.
Yeah. You medyo nagpahinga na ng konti si EJ. Let's see what's gonna be happening.
Medyo malaki talaga yung, may kita mo yung effect nung start.
Yeah.
So, kailangan niya overtake pa dun sa two riders bago makabalik to fight for top position kay
I think
Clyde.
He needs to get over this mindset yan on bad starts.
Yeah.
Right? He had 2 bad starts in the morning. Let's see how he'll fare later on this afternoon.
Because if he got away, I mean, he had the pace. He had the pace to maintain that position. But of course, this man right here, Clyde Relativo, quality racer, quality rider.
Very consistent racer.
Is such a good rider. Arguably one of the top riders here in the entire weekend because he is using a smaller displacement bike, but he has shown that his racecraft that Rainiel talks about is top-notch.
Yes. Madami kasing factor talaga yung starting some of the riders even gamble na binibilang nila yung pagpatay ng ilaw. Kasi syempre, yung pagka napaaga ka naman, medyo malaki din yung penalty. I think that's at plus 10 seconds sa finish line. So, yun yung makikita nating improvement kay EJ.
You know, we have a special guest later at 12. One of our top riders in the Philippines, in the world, who had just placed podium 3, is going to be here with us, Troy Alberto.
Nice. He's going to be here?
He's going to be here, yes.
Okay. Supporting his brother this weekend.
Supporting his brother. He's also part of the Angkas team.
Yeah.
And then he'll be, on the lookout for his fellow riders.
Of course, he is racing in Europe currently and has performed very, very well over there. That's the beauty of it. No? I mean, if we're looking at the progression of riders dito sa Pilipinas, we saw Kyle Paz progress to international. We saw TJ Alberto progress internationally. We're seeing Troy do it now. I mean, that generation, those younger guys have gotten opportunities, and that, I guess, is where we would love to see a Filipino in international competition.
Especially in learning ni Troy, they are using the same bike as Clyde and EJ. So talagang matuturo niya, masishare niya yung experience niya sa World Championship dito, locally.
Yeah.
And Troy also has the benefit of TJ's experience.
Yeah.
So everything that TJ has gone through, it's really a 2.0, no?
Yeah.
So the training goes with that, and you have your brother as your mentor and your teammate. Really, really goes a long, long way.
The question is, will he listen to his brother?
No, I think he does, but though he was alone racing there.
All right, and that's bike number 14, and you can see him with a slight limp, probably. But again, safety measures. You see the race suit, you see the boots, you see the ambulance. So again, we know racing. Let's be honest, it can be risky, right? But that's why there's safety measures taken on every race for the Philippine Superbike Championship, and that's the way it should be done.
Yeah, a controlled environment with ambulance and
everything.
Marshals.
Everything. But George, thank you very much
thank you guys.
for
Thanks for
hanging
having
out
me.
with us.
Nice to see you.
Awesome seeing you. I'll see you in a bit.
Definitely. And I'll see Ding Dong here next time.
Yeah.
And maybe you can come back later for the Angkas Dream Cup.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, buddy. So once again, that was the Pirelli Cup Group number 2. Congratulations. Fantastic ride by Clyde Relativo. And also an inspiring ride by EJ Sobretodo. And those are the 1-2, very far from the third placer in that particular race. Up next, we'll be bringing Wow, this is it. The fast boys.
Yeah.
The fast boys is going to be
Philippine Superbike Championship.
and we are going to be bringing that for you right after these.
All set. Let's go.
How long has it been since I kissed you? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since you held me? I don't wanna wait. How long has it been since I felt like this about anything?
All right, welcome back to the Philippine Superbike Championship 2022 leg number 2. Gino Rufino kasama si Rainiel Resuelo. Rainiel, this is it. These are the fastest riders dito sa Pilipinas. And yesterday, some of them were having issues. So let's see that this promises to be bakbakan talaga. I mean, this promises to be a lot of action.
Yun yung kagandahan nung nag-iiba yung track eh. So mag-iiba din talaga yung mentality ng mga rider. Sa mga nag-second place, third place nung round 1, ito yung redemption nila eh. Start ulit tayo sa zero, new track, new setup, new mindset.
Yeah.
So we can see Marvin Mangulabnan getting the pole position from qualifying yesterday, and then TJ Alberto, hindi ito yung usual lap time niya. I'm sure hinahanap pa nila yung tamang setup, pero that's what makes the motorsport more interesting.
And we saw Marvin actually pit yesterday during qualifying, came out, and that's when he got his best time. We saw TJ sa warm-up, came out, pushed it, maybe trying to get more information to see if there's any more adjustments that needs to be done. We didn't see Dashi come back out.
Yeah.
And he's in P3 right now. Pero sabi nga ni Dashi in the last leg, he's still trying to get used to the bike because it's a new bike. It's different from what he's used to.
So makikita natin dun sa total time na ginamit nila yesterday sa qualifying. Marvin did a 12-minute session. And may allocation ng gulong eh. So talagang yung ginamit nila from qualifying, gagamitin din nila yun isa sa karera today. So alin, gagamitin ba niya sa race 1 or sa race 2? Anong race siya mas may fresh tires? So, ayan yung pinagkaiba. TJ only did 5 minutes sa qualifying.
Wow.
So, talagang just enough for two fast laps.
Yeah, and Marvin, actually, when I mentioned nga kanina, he went out back to the pit yesterday during qualifying. He had issues with his knee brace or knee pucks.
Yeah.
Knee pucks and needed to make adjustments before he went back out. But following the top 3, you have Lawrence Macalinaw, P4. He's going to be on bike number 26. And then RG Romero, bike 18, follows him. Manuel Chu, bike number 23. And then Jack Buncho, Charles Nolasco, Mickey Mazo, Ren C, Josh Tan, and Alexander Barnuevo, who is will wrap up the top 12. I do believe Phoebe Walker is on the pits, ready for some interviews with some of our racers. Phoebe?
Hi, we are back on the grid for the pre-final race of Novice Intermediate Open, Master, and Rookie class for the PSBK. We're here with P1, Mr. Marvin Mangulabnan. Hi, how are you feeling from yesterday's time trial?
Actually, I'm feeling good. Looking forward for a good result this pre-final race and also for the final race later.
So, ngayon nasa first position ka. What do you think was your edge yesterday over TJ Alberto?
Actually, I practice, pinagbuti ko yung practice ko and mga cross trainings and some adjustments on the bikes. So may mga tinry kami na new things on the bike. Kasi I was using this bike for around 5 years. So yung straight 4 years na yun is everything's the same. So we try different naman. So I think it works. So yun.
Yes, na-resolve nyo na ba yung problem mo before sa take-off?
Actually, yes. Nag-practice na ako ng launch control, take-off. Before kasi is nagka-problem ako sa clutch. So instead na kailangan ko mamili eh. It's either magbo-bog down your bike, magbo-bog down or mamamatay, or mag-over. So kaya nung race sa Clark is ginawa ko na lang very normal take-off kesa may mangyari pang iba.
Okay, good luck, Marvin. I hope you maintain the spots. All right, let's move to number 2, TJ Alberto from Team Ducati. Ayan. Hi. Hi, TJ. Quick interview. Hi, TJ. How are you feeling from yesterday's time trial?
Yeah, so yesterday we were sorting out some problems with the bike. It looks like this morning everything's sorted, so we should be good for the race.
Okay. So how do you feel when you get knocked off from your first spot? How do you deal with it mentally?
Well, you know, for sure it's good to have a pole position, but front row is not a bad position. We're still in the front row, so the chance to win is equally as high.
Okay, that's right. So how do you have any strategy today to try to get back your spot from last leg?
I think it'll be a short race, but of course the goal is to win the championship. So as long as we continue to gain points in the championship, should be good.
All right, there you have it from TJ Alberto. Good luck on your race. And moving on to P3 from Team Kawasaki. Hi, Dashi Watanabe. Hello po. How are you? How are you feeling today? How's your experience been so far in BRC?
Mas nagiging comfortable na ako dito sa bago kong bike. Dito sa BRC, mas nag-improve kami sa lap times, mas dumidikit kami dito sa top 2. Pero yan, kailangan pa namin ng more time para mas ma-improve pa namin yung performance namin for this race. Tingnan natin kung anong makakakuha naming result. Hoping for the best and ayan, gagawin lang namin yung best namin. At nagpapasalamat ako sa sponsors ko, syempre. Sa Kawasaki, sa kay White Helmet, Motul, sa lahat ng crew, sa WRD, sa riding school ko. Maraming salamat. Sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin, maraming salamat sa inyo.
Tama yan. And I remember from last leg, sinabi mo na hindi ka pa ganun kasanay sa bike mo, right? So now you say you're 100% confident.
Yes, mas confident, nadagdagan na yung confidence ko for this race. Yun, tingnan natin kung anong magagawa natin for this race. Masaya din dahil nakabalik ulit tayo dito sa BRC. After 3 years, nandito ulit tayo sa BRC. So, tingnan natin. Sana makapagbigay tayo ng magandang laban ngayong race.
Okay, there you have it, Gino. So exciting. Wait, pero hindi pa tayo tapos dyan. Pupunta tayo sa number 4. Good luck. Good luck, Dashi. All right, so from Team Ducati as well. Hi. Hello, sir. Hi, kamusta? How are you feeling sa race na to?
Feeling great today. Hopefully, we'll be able to defend the 4th position today and also the 1st position for the intermediate class. Maganda yung weather, so sana tuloy-tuloy throughout the day.
Right, yeah, so we have Lawrence Macalinaw right here. So, anong expectation mo for this race? Is this your first race for the day?
Yes, first race for today and first race since 2018 dito sa BRC.
BRC. So, pero well, ano ka naman na, familiarized ka na sa circuit na to?
Sorry?
Familiarized ka na dito sa circuit?
Yeah. Familiarized naman. Kaya lang yung tagal na layoff since 2018, you know, maraming nagbago. So, we made some adjustments. Also, new bike. But hopefully, we still get the best results today.
Good luck sa'yo, Lawrence. See you later. Bye, Gino.
All right, thank you very much, Miss Phoebe Walker. And with us right now is somebody who knows the rider on P1 very, very well. Rainiel, do the honors.
Yes, I want to introduce another racer, previously ex-racer. Paano ba tamang tawagin sa atin? Underbone King, a literal Underbone King from 2012 and Superbike champion novice class 2012 din. Teammate ni Dashi and Marvin and yun, talagang nemesis siya ni Marvin nung novice class nung nagsisimula sila sa Superbike. So Anthony Roman joining us now.
All right.
Good morning, Sir Gino at Rainiel.
All right, all right. So, when you look at this grid, we have Marvin, number 1, TJ, Alberto, Dashi, those are the top 3. In BRC, do any of the 3 of them have an advantage over the other or patas lang lahat?
Sa tingin ko sa experience, talagang patas naman lahat. Although nauna kami nila Marvin talaga, nila Dashi sa BRC sa Superbike and then followed by TJ and Troy because Troy used to race here in Superbike class.
But si Marvin, P1, he was talking about yung problems niya sa start kanina. No? And sabi nga niya, it seems like they've kind of solved it. Obviously, that's important here in the race. But what does he need to do in order to be able to hold this position? Because you know the guy right behind him is going to go after him right off the start.
Siguro kailangan lang niya na i-maintain yung oras niya, yung speed niya para hindi rin naman siya masyadong magkaroon ng problema kapag nagkaroon na sila ng battle doon sa loob. So kailangan lang niya i-maintain yung speed niya na yun, yung oras niya.
It is easy to say that. It is harder to do when you have a guy behind you who just wants to, will do everything he can to be able to get that P1 position. Because syempre, he won the last leg. TJ Alberto won both races in the last leg. Pero si Marvin, especially that first race last week, no, or last month, Marvin was right there. Right there. Photo finish yun until the checkered flag dun sa Clark International Speedway. The warm-up is about to begin and there is going to be a warm-up lap for this. And sabi nga nila, diba, this is going to be a fairly short race and partly because these bikes are really, really fast. These are the fastest riders dito sa Pilipinas on the grid here at the Batangas Racing Circuit and the engines are on and we should be going back to them in just a bit on the track for their warm-up lap.
So let's see if pa-practice ni Marvin ang tama yung starting niya. yun kasi talaga naging problema niya from round 1.
Once again, let's go through the grid really quickly. We have Marvin and TJ and Dashi, top 3, followed by Lomac, then RG Romero, then Manuel Chu, Jack Buncho, Charles Nolasco, Mickey Mazo, Ren C, Josh Tan, and then we have Alexander Barnuevo rounding up the top 12. And they let the first 3 go. They are going to let them go by batches for this warm-up lap. This is the pre-final race of the PSBK.
And mentally, no, it will give confidence to Marvin getting that pole position yesterday. So makikita natin kung ano magiging epekto niyan ngayong race 1.
And then also kanina sabi nga ni Lomac, diba, he wants to maintain P4 and he's been solid. He's been solid in that group, that grouping of the riders, no? Parang he's right there. He's not far away from the top 3. Like he's somebody who can probably, with a little bit more time, a little bit more experience, he could get there eventually.
And it will be competitive race between the intermediate class kasi parehas sila, identical lap time din halos sila ni RG Romero, riding on a different bike.
And Lomac, of course, using a different bike this season compared to last season.
Parehas sila nagpalitan ni RG. So RG from Ducati to Aprilia, and then Lomac from BM to Ducati.
But of course, all eyes will be on the top 3. Marvin, TJ, and Dashi. But all eyes should also be on the fastest woman on 2 wheels, Jack Buncho.
For the PSBK pre-final.
You can argue that Jack Buncho is already one of the fastest humans on 2 wheels dito sa Pilipinas because she is racing here with the fastest riders in the Philippines. This is where the tension really happens. As you're approaching the starting grid, right after the warm-up lap, you see that red flag right before the lights turn on.
Actually, nandyan na yung nandyan na yung pakiramdam ng halo-halo. Kinakabahan ka, tapos di mo alam kung anong gagawin mo, kung anong mangyayari. Kaya, kailangan mo talagang i-take off ng maayos yan.
That takeoff has been an issue for former champion Marvin Mangulabnan. Let's see if he has corrected that here and how he starts with TJ Alberto and Dashi Watanabe right behind him. The visors are down. The red flag is up. The lights are on. Here we go. What a start by TJ Alberto. The start of Marvin once again being a problem right now. But Dashi is ahead of the pack entering turn number 1. It's Watanabe and then Alberto followed by Mangulabnan. Those are your top 3. There's a big change in order here at the top 3. But all of a sudden here, right away, you see an advantage. TJ Alberto now taking the top spot.
So napakadaming palitan kagad, nakaka 2 turns pa lang tayo.
But again, a problem in the start there for Marvin.
And a very good start for Dashi.
So Dashi was leading the pack for all of 10 seconds.
Yes, ganun kabilis yung changes sa kanilang tatlo.
Let's see if Marvin can make up for it here at the back of BRC. Sabi nga ni Dashi with the interview with Phoebe, he's getting used to that bike a little bit more now. After the first leg, when sabi nga niya, he was struggling a little bit with it.
And unlike Clark, talagang dikit-dikit pa rin sila ngayon.
Yeah, the 3 of them. Does it benefit Dashi a little bit here in BRC that it's a little bit more technical, it's a shorter track, not many straights? Does it benefit him a little bit more than compared to Clark?
Yun ang hindi basta-basta masasagot kasi BRC is a very technical track. So kung hindi mo kabisado yung bike, baka mas mahirapan ka pa sa BRC. So baka mas nagiging komportable na talaga siya sa bagong bike niya.
So Alberto, Mangulabnan, Watanabe, that's still the racing order.
And followed by RG Romero leading the intermediate class and Lawrence Macalinaw and Jack Buncho.
So Jack Buncho improves 1 spot, as does RG Romero. Lomac drops down 1.
Sobrang ligit, no? Ito lang yung very challenging sa BRC, no? Looking for the right spot to overtake.
Sa tingin ko, ang gagawin ni Marvin dyan, magbabantay muna siguro siya sa likod. Maghihintay ng right moment para pumasok. Kaya lang, hindi rin natin alam kasi si TJ, kabisado rin niya yung bike, tsaka kabisado rin niya yung track. So, alam niya kung saan yung spot para lumusot.
So the difference between TJ Alberto and Marvin Mangulabnan, 0.473 seconds, followed by Dashi Watanabe plus 109.
makikita natin, no, magkaiba yung
Yeah.
racing line ng dalawang magkaibang motorcycle.
DJ's was a little bit wider compared to Marvin. So the three of them are still very close to each other, especially the top two, Alberto and Manolagdan. Sabi nga ni DJ during the interview kanina, no, he was very satisfied with the changes that was made on the setup of the bike. And he's proving that it has worked so far here early on in this race. I really love that shot. That shot of the different sections of BRC.
May kita mo yung iba't ibang elevation ng bawat corner.
Maganda. They cross the start finish once again. It's still Alberto. Mangulabnan closing in a little bit more, plus 0.387. Watanabe plus 1.211. Lomac now has regained his fourth spot over Romero.
So, within striking distance si Marvin, pero ang tanong, anong lap niya susubukan mag-overtake? And saan?
Well, you know Marvin very well. Sa tingin mo, anong lap?
Sa tingin ko magta-try siya ng mga last 3 laps.
Really? So, maintain niya muna tong pace na to. Just stay behind TJ.
Oo, kasi sa tingin ko, ang gagawin niya, titingnan muna niya yung yung pacing ni TJ. Pero hindi ko rin kasi masabi dahil si TJ, kabisado niya rin yung track Magaling si TJ sa sa counter.
Iba yung racecraft ni TJ na na-build through the years and gaining that experience racing international.
Tsaka kung makikita mo, magaling talaga siya mag-defensive line.
Here they are entering the last corner on that main straight. Dashi still within striking distance for the top for the top three. It's still Alberto, Mangulabnan, Watanabe, RG Romero, and Lomac battling it out for that fourth spot. That should be fun. Manuel Chu rounds up the top 6, followed by Jack Buncho.
We will see if Dashi can capitalize if nagsimula nang mag-dice yung dalawa.
And he's in a great spot for that. Yeah. He's close enough that if the two of them will slow down each other, yun na yun, di ba? Parang Dashi, that's his opportunity to overtake.
Parang kanina, pareho silang nag-focus na magtinginan sa starting, pero Dashi got a good start. Biglang nasa first position na siya.
At what point will the tires start to feel different in this race?
Siguro mga 7-8 lap, talaga mafe-feel mo na bawas na yung grip.
But this is the perfect riding weather, no? It's dry, but not sunny.
Yeah.
Parang saktong-sakto siya So I hope you guys are enjoying this broadcast of the Philippine Superbike Championship coming to you from beautiful Batangas. If you're just watching us, if you just joined us, these riders right now on the track are the fastest riders here in the Philippines, led by TJ Alberto, followed by Marvin Mangulabnan, and Dashi Watanabe rounds up the top 3. RG Romero and Lomac, Lawrence Macalinaw battling for the 4th spot. There's the difference in racing line once again.
Mas naho-hold ni Marvin yung racing line niya, even sa tighter race line. And he looks comfortable sa second place na nami-maintain niya lang yung gap. And alam natin na susubok at susubok pa yan sa last part ng race. Ang tanong saan? Anong turn sa tingin mo, Anthony?
Ano sabi mo? Last 3 laps?
Last 3 laps.
Last 3 laps. Yan. Let's see. Let's see if tama nga yung hula mo dyan. Yeah, but right now it looks like he's okay being just staying close. Very close to TJ Alberto.
And we still have 6 laps remaining.
And you can see right there, that's where they really put some distance between the two of them and Dashi. Dun sa back part ng BRC. Here we go. Alberto, Mangulabnan, difference of 0.377 seconds. Dashi Watanabe behind them, plus 3 seconds.
Hindi ako sure, pero sa tingin ko dyan mag-a-attempt lumusot si Marvin.
Sa second turn.
Sa second turn.
Second turn.
Kasi
on the last 3
kahit
laps.
tayo, nakikita natin
Oo.
kung saan siya yung mabilis na nakakadikit. So, kailangan lang niya siguro na dumikit pa sa straight at saka sa first corner.
Interesting. Let's see. Let's see if that's gonna...
Pero mahirap din lumusot doon sa second corner.
Oo.
Kaya lang, advantage kasi ni Marvin doon sa second corner dahil yung bike niya, kaya niyang i-hold yung tight na corner eh. Unlike dun sa kay TJ, medyo nagwa-wide talaga kailangan.
And that's where, that's why he's sticking at racing line. Kita natin. Very good observation. I am curious to see kung nagawa talaga ni Marvin yan. He's closer here now in this section of the track than he was the previous laps.
So, dyan pa lang naman makikita mo na siya kung saan siya mas madalas komportabling dumikit ng mas mabilis eh.
Although he is still plus 0.45 seconds behind Alberto. If you're wondering about which turn that we were talking about, that the prediction is where Marvin Mangulabdan will make his move. It's this one right here. The difference in racing line is very glaring. Yun nga lang, can he get close enough? Is the question.
Kailangan lang yan dumikit talaga.
Of course, easier said than done when the man you're trying to get close on is TJ Alberto.
And Marvin managed to clock in the best lap for this race on his last lap, 134.8.
So the second placer right now, who's in P2, has the fastest lap in this race.
Yes.
Very interesting development now for the first race of the PSBK.
Pero sa tingin ko, mahihirapan din si Marvin dyan dahil sobrang consistent ni TJ sa oras niya tsaka dun sa racing line. Sobrang consistent. Kasi pinakamahirap yung nasa number 1 eh. So kailangan mo nang tumulin, kailangan mo pang isipin yung defensive line mo.
As it stands, the riders' position are still the same from the last lap. It's still Alberto, Mangulabnan, Watanabe. But the two of them are way ahead now of Dashi.
And TJ managed to extend his lead to 0.2 seconds now at 0.673 second gap. And Dash is 10 seconds behind from the two of them.
Of course, these two were also duking it out during the first weekend of the season. But Alberto was able to hold off Molapnan in both races. Can he do it again here in race number 1 of the weekend for the PSBK?
Position 6, last position 6.
He is increasing his lead.
That's 1.1 seconds. So, ayan. Medyo na-debunk yung prediction. Oo nga. Because we only have 2 laps to go. And TJ kept on hammering lap per lap, extending his lead from Marvin Mangulapnan.
It looks like the adjustments made by the team Ducati is proving to be the right adjustments as TJ Alberto looking strong here with only 2 laps to go. Pero may isa pang race mamaya in this category.
Pero pinakita ni TJ dito kung gaano siya ka-consistent. Lap per lap, he can clock his best time of 135.1 until eto, may kita natin last lap if parehas pa rin from the qualifying time.
Yan yung isang pinakamahirap na i-maintain yung pagiging consistent sa time. Kasi maraming pwedeng mangyari dun sa konting mali mo Kaya kung naku-consistent mo siya, malaki talaga yung advantage na magkaroon ka ng gap.
And speaking of that gap, TJ Alberto's gap has gotten much bigger now. It's as if Marvin has decided, all right, let's back off a little bit, preserve the bike at this point, and get ready for race number 2.
And TJ set the best lap time of this race on his last lap, a 134.593. Hindi lang pala consistent, talagang may tinatago pa siya.
At mahirap yun yung ilabas mo pa yung best time mo sa last lap.
Worn out tires. And syempre yung pagod.
Oo.
Bata pa naman si TJ so...
And mukhang hindi siya napagod.
Hindi siya napagod.
By his lap time. Or baka dahil nauubos na yung fuel, mas gumagaan yung bike. Pero syempre yung factor in is yung consistency and yung pace ni TJ. Pinapakita niyang world-class rider until the very last lap. So ito na, they're catching up with the back markers. Let's see if it will affect yung position.
You saw the blue flag waving there to tell the back markers to move out of the way. And here's Alberto having a little bit of an issue here. Let's see if he gets through. But that was probably a little bit longer than he would have wanted.
And more back markers.
Here he is, the last turn. TJ Alberto looking very strong as he gets the checkered flag. Mangulapnan finishes second. And you see a very, very happy TJ Alberto. Dashi Watanabe rounds to the top 3. Lomac maintains the 4th spot over RG Romero. Manuel Chu 6. Mickey Mazo 7. And Jack Buncho number 8. Strong showing. Very, very strong showing for TJ.
Oo, yun. Pinakita niya talagang world-class rider. From start to finish, consistency, yung pag-pressure. And hindi niya pinabayaan, no? Kahit hindi siya yung unang rider na nag-cross ng first corner. Talagang, he made sure na sa second corner, ako na yung nandyan.
And Marvin pushed as far as he could until he decided, sige, wag na muna.
And on the very last lap, TJ made a 2.1 second gap between him and Marvin. And a 31 second gap from third place. So, meron din silang sariling mundo. Parang yung Pirelli Cup 2.
So you see a rivalry brewing already for this season. Well, I mean, rivalry. The three of them have been rivals for some time now, no? But it looks like the two of them will be rivals for the rest of the season until Dashi figures out that bike a little bit more. But what can you guys see for the next race, the final race for the PSBK? What can Marvin do in order to make this an even closer battle against TJ? Is it all about the start?
Malaking factor talaga yung pag-start. Kasi syempre, yung confidence mo kapag napunta ka sa harapan, syempre, mas mas nakakapag-isip ka agad ng pwede mong strategy gawin. Hanggat maaari, syempre, hindi ka dapat makalayo dun sa nasa harapan mo. Pero kung magkakaroon talaga ng gap, syempre magkakaroon ng konti siyang parang hindi siya masyado makaka-push. Dahil, syempre, pag nagkakaroon ng gap, natural, nawawala yung confidence mo na kung paano yung discarding gagawin mo para makalusot.
And hindi pwedeng pabayaan si TJ eh. Kasi kung nakita mo na kung siya yung magdidikta ng pace, tuloy-tuloy na ganun. So if Marvin cannot consistently keep his pace, dapat mauna siya para siya magdidictate ng pace sa buong karera. So kung hindi niya magagawa yun sa start, mauulit lang ulit yung ganitong situation na talagang ipupush ni TJ hanggang sa ma-pressure na yung mga nasa likod niya to catch up with him.
And that's what we saw in the first leg, in the first race of the season. No? Marvin was able to get there, and it turned out to be a super exciting race, the photo finish.
Yeah. So ayun, hindi pwedeng, in short, hindi pwedeng pabayaan si TJ na mag-lead dahil talagang tuloy-tuloy niya lang i-break yung lap time, lap per lap until the finish line.
Of course, that's easier said than done. I mean, we're talking about one of the best riders, and not just in the Philippines. I mean, he's really proven to be even internationally. He's proven to be very aggressive and very solid as well in the international scene. Up next, we have the 115 SL 160cc intermediate and expert division, and of course, they're going to be making their way onto the starting grid for their first race of the weekend. After that, we have the Pirelli Cup Group 1, and then the 155 Super Sports and Sport class, and then the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class, and then we will break for lunch. But this group right now on the grid will be the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc intermediate and expert. There is no warm-up for this race, so once they get on the grid, and once the flags are up and the lights are on and the lights are out, it's race time.
I don't wanna wait no more. How long do we have to put up with?
The Multistrada V4, and now it is here in the Philippines. And what's even better is it's right here with us tonight. So we all get to see it being unboxed right in front of us. Showing Claudio Dominicali, the CEO of Ducati Motor Holding, represents the Multistrada.
Take me higher. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more. You make me feel the way. You have me in every way. You take me higher. I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait no more.
Hi guys, I'm T.
Welcome back to the Batangas Racing Circuit for the Philippine Superbike Championship. Up next, we have the Pirelli Petron 115 SL 160cc Intermediate and Expert Division, and they are on their warm-up lap right now. As they make their way to the grid, there's no warm-up lap after they reach the grid. And I do believe Phoebe will join us in just a few minutes to interview some of the racers. But
familiar names.
Yeah, familiar names. Like, when you say familiar names, which names jump up?
VR Super.
Parang siya palagi, di ba? He's one of the guys. Of course, in each category, we talk about certain people. Siyempre, those are the ones who are in the top, no? But it seems like this guy's always in the top.
Yeah.
Si VR Suba.
Yeah, and this class is a automatic scooter class. So, talagang sobrang laking pinagkaiba nito dun sa mga naunang karera na 155 or yung Angkas Dream Cup na, which is manual 155cc. So, ayan. He can be fast on the automatic and a manual transmission bike.
Which isn't easy to do.
Yes.
But what is the biggest difference? Well, syempre, one is automatic, one is not. But as far as being on a racetrack, what's the feeling like, the difference between the two?
Sa tingin ko yung pag-roll-off mo having a manual transmission bike, you can choose what gears you want going on that turn. But automatic bikes, you just roll off. And pag roll-off mo, free wheel yun And brakes lang talaga yung magdadala, slowing down the bike compared to the manual transmission bike na nag-iiba yung RPM on different gears. So usually may mga second gear tayong ginagamit dito sa Batangas dahil hindi rin ganun kabibilis yung mga turn.
Yung handling.
Handling.
Dahil mas maiksi yung scooter kaysa dun sa mga underbone at saka yung makina nila nasa likod. So magkaiba ng traction yung nasa likod yung makina at saka yung nasa gitna yung makina. Unlike underbone kasi yung mga decambio nasa gitna halos yung makina na, yung engine nila. So dun sila nagkakaroon din ng difference dahil syempre pag yung makina nasa likod medyo magaang yung handlebar mo. So nagkakaroon ng difference dun sa handling.
Para sa mga, di ba, car racer tulad mo, yung front engine, mid-engine, and rear engine cars, magkakaiba ng handling.
Yeah. Pati yung front wheel drive.
Yes,
So, sabi nga, there are a lot of differences. But of course, let's find out if Phoebe can talk to some of the racers before we begin. Phoebe, are you there?
Yes, hi Gino, hi Rainiel. Pasalamatan ko muna yung aking mga Pirelli girls. Hello, VR Suba. Hi, how are you? Kamusta yung first race mo? Naka-encounter ka ba ng any issues?
Yung first race ko po sa Underbones, wala naman nag-issue. Ako na mo po yung nanalo.
Diba? Confidence. So ngayon, anong mantra mo coming into this next race of yours?
So, yun po. Focus na ako sa goal ko na sa lead pack.
Good luck. Happy. God bless. All right. Let's move on to number 2, Timothy Rojas. Hi. Hi, Timothy. How are you? Pangilang race mo na to today?
Pangalawa po.
Pangalawa. And well-versed ka naman sa BRC.
Po.
Gamay mo tong circuit na to.
Opo.
Gano'n ka nang katagal na nag-race?
3 years na po.
3 years. Okay. So, anong expectation mo dito sa race natin today?
Ano lang po, makatapos lang po ng maganda ng karera. Okay na po.
And be safe, okay? All right. Let's move on to number 3. Ayan, thank you Pirelli, of course, major sponsor ng Papayong. Hi! Hi, Jolo Suba. Tama? All right. So, kamusta? Anong feeling mo ngayon papasok ka dito sa race na to?
Masaya po. Tapos medyo kinakabahan po ako ng konti. Yun lang po.
Okay. So, ano expectation mo? Kalaban mo si VR Suba. Sino mo sa tanda sa inyo?
Siya po. Kuya ko po siya.
Okay. Alright. Good luck, ha? See you later. Alright, Gino, that's it for now.
Alright, thank you very much, Phoebe, for those insights from the racers. And it's very different, between the two Subas. Very different yung mannerisms or yung mindset ng dalawa. Isa, si VR Suba, who's P1, confident. Diba? Alam niya, actually borderline mayabang may angas ng konti.
And coming from the win.
Coming from the win, which I like. I like that attitude. Si Holo Suba naman, kinakabahan. So it's interesting to see, the difference. Both of them are in the top 3 of the grid.
But give more race to the younger brother, I'm sure. Kuya, mag-ready ka na.
But Timothy Rojas in between the two. Let's see if the Subas will do some teamwork here to see if they can get both Subas on the top 2 steps of the podium.
Medyo from the qualifying lang yesterday, medyo magkakalayo yung lap time nila. So, we will see if mag-iiba ba yung result ngayon.
We do have 17 racers on the grid for this race. And here we are. We are off. It's a good start there from Holo Suba, who started at P3. Let's see if he made up a spot. Holo Suba is on bike number 17. VR Suba on bike number 14. Timothy Rojas, bike number 178. And you see VR Suba telling his brother, come on, lapit ka pa! Sabi naman ni Holo, Kuya, wait lang! Bilis mo!
And this will allow VR Suba to break away once again and protect his lead.
Maybe that could be another strategy between the two of them for Holo to slow down everybody else.
And a very common strategy between teammates. If nag-lead yung main rider, especially alam kagad natin yung pinagkaiba ng lap time nila, talagang pwede nga niyang tulungan.
There are already some changes in the second, third, fourth positions. We just want to confirm it. But once again, VR Suba early on in this race already looking a little dominant. Look at the distance he put between him and everybody else. But the battle for second and third has about 6 riders. Almost side by side.
Kaya makikita mo talaga yung confidence niya ng pagsagot niya ng panalo sa
Kaya pala si VR Suba medyo may angas ng konti dun sa beginning ng race. It is understood and accepted because look at the dominance very early on in this race. But again, alam naman natin anything can happen in the race. But he does have a nice lead already. Wala pa tayong sa first lap. Or the first lap hasn't been completed yet. As he is about to enter the front straight, I should say. And he should have a decent advantage. But look at that. The battle for second and third is very close between all those riders there. There's 5 riders battling for almost side by side, entering the first turn. As VR Suba glances at the competition, if you want to call it that.
And that's a 2.8 second gap between VR Suba in the second place, Troy Pacheco, followed by Kirk Thomas Dominguia.
And then Timothy Rojas follows him. So Holo Suba, who was at second briefly in this race, has dropped down all the way to number 6.
Hindi pa natin makikita yung lap time nila ngayon, no? Because hindi pa nila nabubuo yung isang buong lap. So, for this second lap, makikita natin if na-maintain ba nila yung qualifying lap times nila compared to race time.
VR Suba, he was dominant in Clark. He was in a dogfight in the first race he was in this weekend, and it looks like he is dominant once again here.
Minsan kasi okay din yung nagbe-break away ka na para mawala din ng konti yung pressure at saka yung makina mo, yung engine mo, lalo kasi especially sa mga underbone and scooter, kailangan talaga kahit papano nagkakaroon ka ng time para i-relax yung makina. So malaking advantage din yung nauuna na siya ng malayo para kahit papano nakakapag-relax din yung engine niya, pati siya.
Oo, pati
Hindi
siya.
masyadong red line lagi, no?
Hindi siya masyadong pressure para makipagpalitan ng posisyon.
Kasi kanina yung first race niya, medyo that was as close as it can get yung first race niya, napaka-exciting nun
And sa mindset ng rider, mapapaisip sila i-maintain ko na ba tong position ko para may podium spot ako or i-risk ko pa habulin yung ganong kalayo. So medyo malaking din yun, challenge sa sumusunod na rider.
And the difference between Suba and the second placer right now, Timothy Rojas, is plus 3.5. Kirk Thomas Dominguano plus 3.596, followed by Edsel Corpus and Holo Suba. Trying to make up some ground. He started P3, he's now at P6. Pero si Kuya, P1.
So 6 laps to go on our second lap. 2.8 second gap now at 3.5. Madadagdagan to for sure. Lap per lap ni VR Suba. And yung nabanggit nga ni Antonino na mas hindi mo kailangang sagadin lap per lap and i-redline lahat ng straight if you're leading that big of a gap. Kasi kailangan mo makatapos kailangan makatapos ng makina mo.
Well, we saw it kanina sa mga warm-up laps or warm-up sessions ng scooters and underbones. Some of them had issues with their bikes. Warm-up lang yun. Saka, diba? So, let's see. Again, anything can happen in racing.
And medyo hindi pa yan yung sagad ni VR Suba from qualifying yesterday is clocking 2:02. Now they're only clocking at 2:04 na from 2:05 kanina. And Timothy Rojas doing 2:02.6. The best time for this race.
Timothy Rojas, who is currently in P2.
So doon pa lang makikita mo na agad na hindi siya nagpupush ng sobra kasi sa qualifying time pa lang niya 2:02 na eh. Pero dito 2:04 pa lang yung ginagawa niya.
So from that, you can say na for sure kino-conserve na niya yung motor, yung bike.
Sinesave niya siguro yung power at saka yung para makatapos.
Sabi nga nila, no race is won in the first turn.
Yes. And we still have 5 laps to go.
So medyo mahaba pa to, but if VR Suba manages this well, he should be on his way to his second race win this weekend.
That's a good 10-minute racing pa. Yung 5 laps to go. If they're lapping 2:02 per lap.
VR Suba, of course, as we mentioned, he's been very consistent throughout this season. And his brothers have also performed very well this season. Not quite there though, not quite where the Kuya is. And alam mo, siguro sa dinner table in the family, siguro may konting angas rin to eh.
Sa kaasaran yan for
Asaran,
sure.
no?
Hanggang sa mapikon yung bunso, nabibilis na siya.
But if I'm not mistaken, there are 4 of them racing. So here it is, Suba, Rojas, Dominguano, Corpus, Suba, Pacho, Lente, and Fajardo is your top 8.
So ito yung first lap ni VR Suba clocking in at 2 minute 2 second territory. Pero Timothy Rojas still set the best time from last lap at 2:02.694.
VR Suba closing in on some back markers. Maybe another lap, he's gonna catch them.
Mukhang kailangan ng ilabas ni VR Suba yung tinatago niyang 202.
Oo, kasi dumidikit na rin si Timothy Rojas at 2-second gap between the two of them. Na kanina nasa 3-second mahigit.
So he is looking back every so often. No? Nakikita natin. And if he sees that competitor getting closer, siguro makita na natin yung yung qualifying time lap niya. Although his tires are not the same anymore at this time. A flag is up. Oh my goodness. There it is. There was that red flag.
Straight.
On the main straight. And it's red flag. So they are going to stop this. Maybe we can see what happened there with that racer on the main straight, which is just straight. And it happened in the middle of that. It is right after, or right by the entrance of the, before the entrance of the paddock, or the exit of the paddock, I should say. But of course, alam naman natin, stuff like this happens in racing, no? Whether it's cars, whether it's motorcycles, anything can happen. But we want to say that there are ambulances here. May mga medics kami dito, may mga, of course, other measurements that we do in order to keep everybody as safe as possible. And in just a few moments, that ambulance will get to the rider right away. It is, of course, we're trying to find out what exactly happened here and why he went down. Kasi that's a wide open part.
Unless he's dicing with another rider.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Yeah. And makikita pala natin kanina, before the red flag, VR Suba set the best time of the race at 2:02.595.
So I guess he was just really conserving that
Yes,
bike.
yes.
And then when he needed to, pinakita na niya yung yung mga times niya. And VR Suba, of course, has been very dominant this season. Again, just his last race was the closest my battle done, and in that all the way till like the last 2 laps, it was very, very close. But we're gonna try and figure out for you which driver or which rider that is that got into that incident. It happened right in front of the pits, and there it is. He seems to be okay, and there are the medics with him. So in just a matter of seconds, the medics were able to get to him right away. As you see, they're trying to take that helmet off. And he looks okay. Something in the behind is probably that hurts, as they're going to lift him up and put him on the stretcher. I mean, we hate to see it happen, but it's something na I'm sure.
And mukhang na shake siya dun sa crash, pero good to see na conscious siya and aware. So, and attended by medical personnel already in a short period of time.
Yeah. And if it was going to happen to you, buti na lang nandun sa by the exit of the paddock, so that the medical staff can get you as fast as possible. Although we have another ambulance at the back of BRC para mas mabilis if in case kailangan nun. But we are trying to figure out who that rider is. We're trying to get that information to you. But that rider did go down. We saw the red flags put up there dun sa last turn, which is very important, no? Because you're in that last turn, you can't see what's happening in the main straight.
Yeah.
So you rely, all the riders, you guys both know this, and probably more than me, na that's what you rely on, the flags, to let you know kung
what's happening.
kung if there's an incident that happened and what to expect, especially in a turn like that. Because once you exit when you make that turn, you're going full throttle.
And some more technical teams, usually hindi naman na ipapakita sa pit board yun. Usually yung gap mo lang from second place, lang laps to go, kung push ba or relax. So yun, talagang magre-rely ka lang sa marshals and kung ano yung flag na papakita nila.
Kaya ganun talaga kahalaga yung mga marshals at saka yung mga paglabas nila ng flags. Dahil syempre, kung hindi mo makikita yung warning sign, syempre nakapokus ka pa rin dun sa ginagawa mo, pero hindi mo naman alam kung nasa ang part yung rider or yung motor na aksidente. So, minsan magugulat ka na lang, nandun na pala. So, kailangan talaga medyo malayo pa lang na ibibigay na nila yung tamang flag para makapag-slow down ka agad.
And that's why we say that if you are gonna race, do it in a controlled environment. Preferably as a racetrack. But syempre, alam naman natin not everybody can make it to a racetrack. So in a controlled environment, and then test your skills there. Because it's not meant for public roads. Because if something like that happens sa public road,
walang magpa-flag na marshal to
diba?
to signal dun sa mga paparating. Lalo na sa street kasi hindi lang motor yung parating, may sasakyan, pwedeng truck,
lahat.
So may kasalubong.
So keep it on the track, keep it in a controlled environment, away from mga ibang motorists, mga pedestrians or other people living their normal lives. Let's not do that and put other people, not just the riders' lives in danger, but also
the pedestrians,
about the other people there in the public. So
looks like they're going to restart the race.
All right, the next race after this will be the Race 1 Pirelli Cup Group number 1.
But right now, they will restart the race.
So there are only how many laps left?
3 laps to go.
3 laps to go. And if anything, this is going to actually favor Timothy Rojas.
Yeah.
Because that gap between him
the 2-second gap is gone.
Is gone.
With 3 laps to go. So this will be a sprint race. Walang conservation, walang kahit ano, all out after the lights turn off.
So let's see what happens here. This will favor Timothy Rojas, but VR Suba has proven to be very good in this race, and he also gets a good start here. He should be able to maintain that entering the first turn. Let's see if he does. VR Suba is on bike number 14. Timothy Rojas on bike number 178. Here we go. First turn, and VR Suba does manage to get to the first turn first, as Timothy Rojas trails him along with everybody else. Sabi siguro ni VR Suba, anong advantage Timothy Rojas? Anong pinagsasabihin mo dyan?
Sa start pa lang, pinakita na niya agad yung yung gap niya.
And maybe he is right. That there was no, you can say, walang advantage eh. He had a fantastic start.
Kaya malalaman mo na ganun talaga siya ka-confident dun sa niya eh.
Interview.
Sa interview.
Well-deserved naman. Sige, acceptable na yung angas niya dun sa interview. And which I actually enjoy. I like it when racers or athletes have that kind of attitude.
Actually, kasama kasi talaga yun eh. Dahil minsan yun yung nakakapagpa-boost ng confidence at saka ng magandang laban. Siyempre, kailangan talaga medyo may konting Pero, at the end naman of the day, ang maganda lang sa mga rider, sa loob lang sila ng truck nagkakaroon ng ganong klaseng angasan or yabangan. Pero makikita naman natin, pagkatapos ng race, checkered flag, makikita mo naman, nag-a-appear sila, nagko-congrats naman sila sa isa't isa.
Which is very important kasi we saw that in all the races. We saw that with Marvin and TJ in the PSBK. We saw that with EJ, sobre todo, and Clyde Relativo also in that race. Kasi they were challenging each other clean. Diba? Malinis. And then at the end of the race, the respect.
Yes. Kasi mahalaga talaga yung respect mo dun sa kalaban mo eh.
Ayan, 178. Trailing behind.
Pero
VR Suba.
teka lang ha.
That's only 0.6 of a gap.
Medyo malapit pa rin yan compare sa kanina.
So VR Suba and Timothy Rojas still 1 and 2 here at the restart of this race. It's only there's only 3 laps to go. So let's see if VR Suba manages to hold on till the end. He looked very comfortable kanina before the red flags went up. Tingnan natin. If he's going to manage to hold that or if Timothy Rojas can get a little bit closer. This is the second race of the race weekend for VR Suba. He ended up winning the first race, his first race, after a dogfight. This one has been a little bit more comfortable, but Timothy Rojas has other things in mind, wanting to catch up here in the back of BRC. VR Suba still holding it, but Timothy Rojas right there. Timothy Rojas is right behind him in the main straight as we enter the first turn of the final lap.
Final lap.
It's 0.071 difference between the two riders, Suba and Rojas. In the final lap, these two are gonna provide some action. Let's see if Rojas can make a little bit of a headway here. But Suba manages to hold off, at least for now. Suba had to dice with another rider in his first race. He's doing it again here in this race in the final lap.
Sa tingin ko, magta-try siya sa last corner.
Doon siya humabol eh. Doon siya humabol sa last corner kanina eh. That's VR Suba and Anthony Rojas on your screens right now. Final lap of this race as they are catching up with some back markers.
Nagde-defensive line siya.
Only a couple more turns to go. Are we going to see another photo finish? Anthony Rojas trying to get a little bit closer. Sabi ni Anthony, he thinks it's going to be in the last turn and it's about to come up.
Medyo masyadong malapit. We will see if i-inside siya on the last turn. Kaso pumunta siya sa outside, so imposible na siya maka-overtake.
And it looks like this is how it's going to finish. VR Suba. Well, oh, it is a photo finish. But Timothy Rojas manages second place as VR Suba holds him off all the way after the restart until the checkered flag. VR Suba will win this race. He is on bike number 14. Timothy Rojas, number 2. Number 3, Kirk Thomas Lugingano. Troy Pacho, number 4. Wayner Blente, number 5. Jason Amongis, number 6. Edsel Corpus, number 7. And Vortex Suba will round up the top 8. That was a lot of action there in the very last 3 laps. No?
Actually, yan talaga sa racing, yan ang pinaka-inaabangan, yung magandang finish line, yung battle talaga nila.
As for most of this race, VR Suba really was so dominant until the restart. And that's when Timothy Rojas made things interesting, especially in the last lap. Yun nga lang, the experience, the racecraft, the skill of VR Suba proved to be just a little too much.
And the confidence.
And the confidence. You cannot deny that confidence.
Madadagdagan siya ulit niyan mamaya pag in-interview siya.
Kasi
sigurado.
back-to-back wins na siya. Saka dikit both of those races dikit until the end. So we do have a couple more races before we break for lunch.
So coming up, Pirelli Cup Group 1.
Pagkatapos nun, we're going to be bringing you the 155 Super Sport and Sport class, and then the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. And after that, we are going to break for lunch so that I don't have to talk all day long.
Yes, and Michael Aguilar is watching us. He messaged me and recovering fast.
Okay, that is great news.
Yes, yes.
That is
So, Michael Aguilar, get well soon, recover fast, and maybe makapag-ride na ulit.
Yeah, I mean, he was, of course, putting in great times yung nasa Clark tayo.
Yes.
Of course, the incident happened sa last race, no? That was the last race of the first leg. And it's great news that he is up and about and messaging you and watching us.
Yes.
Diba? Yung mahal pa rin sa sport, nandyan pa rin eh. So, even though something like that happened to him, alam niya, he still has that passion for it, and that's always great to see. Of course, coming up once again, we're going to be bringing you the Pirelli Cup Group number 1. And then pagkatapos nun, the 155 Super Sport and Sports class. And then the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. And those riders are going to be heading out onto the starting grid in just a few moments. Here at the Batangas Racing Circuit. Of course, if you're just joining us now, the first leg of the Philippine Superbike Championship. There's still some riders out there they're trying to clear the track. The first leg was in Clark. Of course, leg number 2 here in BRC for the first time for the PSBK in 3 years.
Yeah. Back in Batangas. And for the Pirelli Cup, yung last minute pole ni Ralph Andre Locinario surprises yung buong grid. Racing on the Rookie Cup, overtaking Super A and 2 Super A class riders. So, we will see kung matatranslate niya to a win later sa Pirelli Cup race.
So, I mean, as we saw time and time again in this, not just this weekend, but also in the first weekend, that start is very important. Since you mentioned rookie category, do you think that he'll have enough experience to get a good start dito sa Pirelli Cup Group number 1?
And checking on our screen, nag-iba yung lineup actually ng starting grid. So we will see if Ralph will be on the pole or Clyde. So hindi natin sure kung ano yung changes. Maybe our race officials can give us updates dun sa naging changes sa starting grid, starting position for Pirelli Cup race.
So, as the finishing on from yesterday's time trial, it went as follows. Bike number 31, Ralph Andre Locinario with the Rookie Cup class, followed by bike number 515, Clyde Relativo, and then Mickey Mazzo, and then Clint Nolasco, and John Timbol round out the top 5. And let's see if there's been changes made because of the race director. But it looks like currently, at least on our graphics, Clyde Relativo is on P1, Mickey Mazzo on P2, Clint Nolasco is on P3. So let's find out what happened there. If there are some changes made in this race, the Pirelli Cup Group 1.
On our screen, bike number 28, Ian Ordonez. Getting his warm-up session.
Ian Ordonez will be on P12. There are 21 riders in this grid. And Phoebe will be at the starting grid once again for some quick interviews. But we'll find out. We'll find out as soon as we get to the starting grid that Phoebe is going to be there. But Raniel, do you think if you were still racing that you could compete with these guys? Sa tingin mo?
Dun sa lap time, kahapon nga, di ba, nagbiruan tayo. When I showed you a photo, yung first 135 na best lap dito sa BRC was set 2015 nung I was riding for Ducati using a Panigale V2. Panigale V2, twin cylinder pa siya before. Unlike now na naging V4 na and we're using Pirelli SC2. Hindi agad-agad, pero kung similar characteristics din with better bike and of course better tires kasi yung technology always catch up or better every year. I think doable pa rin.
Doable, kaya-kaya pa.
Ang tanong lang is yung kung magiging consistent. Kasi syempre yung training, familiar, yung sobrang familiar ka sa track, riding on that pace kasi iba din na lap by lap magagawa mo ba?
Kaya lang may rumors kasi na you're gonna make a comeback eh.
Oh.
Totoo ba yun?
Hindi ko pa nababalitaan yung rumor na yun.
Hindi pa totoo yun? May mga rumors siya na, uy, si Rania babalik sa ano.
Hihintayin natin makaabot yung rumor.
Okay, so we will not confirm nor deny. But syempre, the way he was describing it just now, he was thinking about it. Oh, last race daw, sabi ni John.
Yeah, excited ako kung anong ipiprepare ni Direk John.
All right, the riders of the Pirelli Cup Group 1 should be close to the starting grid and getting ready to start this. And Phoebe is there to interview some of the racers. So let's send it down to her. Phoebe.
Hi guys, medyo inaantay lang natin. May slight delay ang ating top 3 racers, but now we are here. Hi. Oh my God. Hi, sir. How are you? How are you today?
Okay lang. Okay.
Okay, you had a race earlier, no? How did you had a race earlier? Did you have a race earlier?
No, this is
your first. Okay, so sanay ka ba sa BRC?
Hindi eh. Puro Clark lang ako dahil taga Pampanga kami.
Okay. Pero naka-practice ka naman dito. Kailan ka dumating?
This Friday lang.
So confident ka? How are you feeling? Kayang-kaya?
Medyo kabado.
Kaya mo yan, Sir Justin. Alright, so he is P6 who we spoke to. Now, dito na tayo kay P3. Yes, kay Clint Nolas. Clyde Relativo. Hi. Hi, sir. How are you? You did very well earlier. How was your, what do you think was your edge today?
Well, for me, I'm just trying to finish the race. So right now, iniinda ko lang yung injuries ko. So I just wanna, score some points today because I'm still, I just wanna take care of my leading points sa championship. And that's the goal for today, to finish the race. That's it.
So you mentioned you had injuries. Was it from leg 1 in Clark?
During my last practice, I had a high side accident. And then yun, daming issues sa bike and everything. Pero hopefully, and thank God na naayos ng team namin and everyone, lahat ng sponsors ko na tumulong sa akin. I'm really thankful for them dahil natapos yung bike. That's it.
Good luck, Clyde. All right, we'll talk to you again later. Now let us skip over to P1 over here with Clyde Relativo. Ay, hindi. Hi, sir. Clyde Relativo. All right. How are you?
Feeling good po.
Okay. Yeah, you had a good race this morning.
Yes, close race pero okay naman po.
So, meron ka bang realizations na natakbo mo na tong BRC ngayon na i-apply mo?
Actually, first race ko po ito sa BRC sa buong racing career ko. So, yun, maraming adjustments kasi from Clark to here. Iba talaga sa pagdating sa riding styles. Tapos yung displacement pa ng bike na ginagamit ko, 400 to 1,000, ang laki talaga ng difference. So far okay naman po.
Okay. So you prefer Clark kesa dito sa Batangas?
Siguro po, onti lang. Enjoy din naman po dito. Okay din. Challenging po dito, pero okay naman.
Okay. So expectation natin, podium?
Bonus na lang po yun. Kumbaga, same pa rin po ng last race. safe lahat na riders.
Thank you. Thanks, Gino.
All right, thank you very much, Phoebe. And there was a mix-up in a lot of the at least the piece of paper that we got with the lineup. So there's a little bit of confusion there. So don't worry about that, Phoebe. It's something that there's a glitch in the matrix. But things are in order right now, and Clyde Relativo is sitting on P1. Pero sabi nga ni Clyde that he's not used to Clark. He's not used to BRC.
First time in
First
BRC.
time in
to race in
BRC. Actually, the first two, the P1, P2, are relatively newbies sa BRC, yet they're P1, P2.
And yun yung kagandahan na ito naman yung upside ng racing on different categories. Mas madami kang track time, especially first race niya ngayon, round 2. Mas mapapamiliarize siya compared to other riders.
Yeah, so of course, when you go to a different track, it does take a little bit more time to get used to it. And sabi mo nga, more track time will definitely help. There will be a warm-up lap for this Pirelli Cup Group number 1. And once again, Clyde Relativo, who has been also very, very good throughout this entire season, for the first 2 legs of this season, he's going to be in P1, pole position, followed by Mickey Mazzo at P2, bike number 888. And then Clint Nolasco will be P3 at bike number 55. So earlier we mentioned that it was Ralph Andre Locinario, who was, at least in the forms that we got, he was at P1, but he is no longer there. So it will be Clyde Relativo at pole position in this race.
So ngayon, Ralph Andre Locinario is an P9 in the Rookie Cup. Leading second on the Rookie Cup.
Sabi mo nga, baka nag-short track siya eh.
Kaya nagkaroon ng glitch in the matrix.
It threw everybody off, not just us. But I do believe that they're about to start the warm-up lap.
Yeah, and Clyde Relativo already got the Pirelli 2. So ngayon, nasa Pirelli 1 naman siya. Let's see if makukuha niya ulit yung top spot.
Well, he did. There is that term, no, may sakay, diba? I mean, that whether a person has experience or not, that you can see right away na this guy has something there. I assume that this guy had already before we first started riding.
Yeah.
Parang nandun eh. Like it seems like a very natural for him, regardless anong displacement, anong klaseng bike. Parang solid siya eh. Solid racer.
And kahit walang angas pa yung sa mga interviews niya. Alam mong confident siya eh. Wishing everyone safety. Pero alam niya din eh, na siya yung mabilis dyan sa class na yan. Kaya confident siyang sabihin na ganun.
In a track that he's not familiar with. here we go. 21 racers on the grid. And Clyde Relativo will be, is at P1, followed by Mickey Mazo. Then Clint Nolasco at P3, John Tembol, P5. As the red flags are up, the visors are down. The riders in P1 and P2, both not familiar with the Batangas racing circuit, but both have proven to be very solid racers. The visors are down now. The red flag is up, and the lights are on. Great start once again by Clyde Relativo. Pole position, a bike has stalled there in the back, but Clyde Relativo with a very good start as he makes his way over to turn number 1. Easy peasy for him.
Followed by John Timbol, I believe, riding a Panigale P4.
John Timbol starting P4, jumped all the way to P2. There's Clyde Relativo, bike 515. This is the first weekend he's racing in BRC, and he's proven to be very solid.
That's bike 823 of John Timbol in second place.
John Timbol once again starting P4, now at P2. You see the top 3 riders there, followed by the next 3. Of course, the Pirelli Cup will have sport bikes as well as naked bikes on the same grid. So if you see a Ducati Street Fighter there, don't worry, that's really, he's really part of the grid. And we see an issue here. That was Clyde Relativo with his hand up.
There's a red flag.
There is a red flag. Let's find out if we can see what happened here, but there is a red flag and that race is going to be restarted. So it's still the beginning, pretty much the beginning of this race. The red flag was waved by the marshals and there was a rider down. We're trying to find out which part of the track that happened in and which rider it is and how it happened. But once again, the red flag is up, so that means the race will be restarted. And the ambulance and the medical staff will make their way over to the rider. And of course, we do hope that the rider is okay. Looked like he was moving his hands naman.
Yeah.
No?
And nabawasan na rin talaga yung grid number ngayon. So, better for the riders. The 21 rider grid is okay for a race.
We saw of course, the Pirelli Cup when we were in Clark. Medyo malaki.
Medyo malaki.
Yung number
Grid.
of riders. And we're still trying to find out sino yun, sinong rider na yun. But once again, we do want to take this opportunity to say that we do have medical staff here. We do have ambulances here, and we do take safety as a very, very serious thing. And that's why all the safety measurements are really taken into account. No? Pero alam naman natin, stuff like this, it happens talaga. As much as it's hard to say that, but it really does. And everybody who's on that racetrack on a motorcycle, alam naman nila yun eh. Alam naman nila that it comes with the territory, and it's something that's we also want to say na parang that's why we're here in a controlled environment.
Yeah.
I know we said it a while ago, but we just want to stress it as much as possible that we do want to promote racing in the Philippines, but doing it so responsibly in a controlled environment, preferably a racetrack.
Ang isa pa sa mga questions pa lang ngayon, if babalik ba sa original starting position or John Timbol will keep his second place.
Yeah, he had a very good start.
Yeah.
He had a very good start. Was able to get all the way to P2, and then now with the restart, tingnan natin. John Timbol started P4.
Because we didn't see Mickey Maso on sa second place, no? So,
But yeah, as Clyde Relativo was making his way into the main straight, you saw it. He put his hand up right away.
Yeah. He saw the red flag.
Yeah, and then some of the other racers didn't see it right away. Anthony, sabi mo nga, it was very for marshals. They need to show that flag immediately, and I guess some of the racers just didn't see it, and I guess Clyde saw it right away, and that's why he slowed down. In a situation like that, should he have slowed down that much?
Actually, kailangan talaga mag-slow down ka, pero wag talagang right away. Kasi meron pang mga riders sa likod na syempre hindi nila agad nakikita. So, delikado yun para dun sa mga kasunod mo or sa'yo. Delikado yun kasi may chance na kumbaga nandun pa rin sila sa speed nila. Hindi nila yun basta ma-control na ma-brake or makapag-slow down agad. Lalo yung iba dahil galing sa first lap, syempre yung adrenaline nila puro matataas pa. So, yun, kailangan talaga mag-slow down ka, pero hanggat maaari nga at least wag ka mag-slow down ng sobra. So, kailangan idiretso mo pa rin siya. Yun.
Yeah, I mean, it's, sabi mo nga, the adrenaline. No?
Yes.
I mean, ako, nangyari sa akin yan, nakakotse ako The yellow flags were out, pero adrenaline was there. I didn't see it. So, syempre, minsan, hindi mo na makikita talaga eh. So, it's really imperative na you keep your eyes open as much as possible. We're still trying to figure out which rider that was, and kung saan sa racetrack nangyari.
And for our viewers pala, no, maybe next time if we can cover yung riders briefing para maging aware sila dun sa mga flags. Yellow is no overtaking actually ang yellow, and red is a stop. So mas serious yung red flag. And looks like they will be returning on the original starting position.
So, too bad there for John Timbol.
And they will still have 7 laps to go for this restart.
Yeah, because that happened very early in this race.
So, we're just wondering, nasan si Mickey Maso? He's not on the second place.
Parang sa third pa rin.
Parang si Clint yung nasa third natin.
Here goes Mickey Mouse, run number 888. He is now going to be given the opportunity to start the race on the grid for this resumption.
Lalabas pa lang yung envelope.
So right now, we have Mickey Maso on P2. So hindi natin sure kung anong nangyari dun sa start ng race, kung bakit hindi siya naka P2, and he's allowed now to return on the grid. Usually kasi you will be starting at the back.
So because this really, what a change of events here, no, for him, because all of a sudden because of that incident, he's now in this.
Oo. And imagine starting at the back of the grid with 21 riders. It's very challenging na makapunta ka pa sa podium. Because if you have 7 laps, you have 21 riders to overtake. And medyo challenging yun for a 7-lap race.
Feeling ko hindi na challenging yun eh. Impossible.
Impossible na.
Napakabait mo naman, challenging.
Kasi kung sobrang bilis naman ng lap time mo, still possible na maka-overtake ng ganung kadami. Medyo double effort. Hindi lang basta extra effort.
And then we also want to say hello to Naj Abdul, who just walked into our broadcast booth. As this race is gonna restart, there's the warm-up lap. Naj, habang warm-up lap pa, mag-hello ka lang sa mga viewers. dito. I'll just put the mic next to you.
Hi guys. Malapit yan dito, malapit. Itong dalawa. Asan si Emil? Wala daw si Sir Emil, pero itong dalawa, okay na yan. Ano MotoGP?
Naj Abdul, of course, our good friend, visiting us once again dito sa broadcast booth.
Isa sa mga pinaka-active na motovlogger sa Pilipinas.
Napaka-hardworking yan si Naj Abdul. Pero he's changing his color. So, di ba dati green yan, ngayon red. So, bakit kaya?
Naj, paano ka nag-work kung everyday ka nag-vlog?
Yan ang work niya. Ano yan? Career. Hindi ba? Passion. It's good to be passionate, my friend. Of course, Naj Abdul, you can check him out on YouTube. And every so often you see him riding around anywhere in the Philippines. Kung saan-saan niya nakarating.
So ayan, they're having their warm-up before mag-restart yung race with 7 laps to go. Another sprint race ang mangyayari dito.
So, Mickey Mazzo, this really benefited him. While John Timbol, really unfortunate for him because he was managing a P2 until the restart of this race. But Clyde Relative was still in pole position. He's been the man to beat. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it here in a bigger displacement motorcycle. So the incident happened, and then they were able to clear it already. They got the rider, put him in the ambulance, and brought him to safer area, and also moved the bike. So when something like that happens, of course they have to move the bike, the rider, and make sure that there's no debris sa area na yun. No? And they did it pretty quick. Then they restarted this race is about to happen.
From the warm-up lap, we will resume with the action here. Pirelli Cup, Group 1, race number 1.
So from Yamaha R6 last race si Mickey Mazzo, I think he's riding a Yamaha R1 right now.
Our fastest qualifier with a 1:41.6 based on yesterday's qualifying session. Alongside him is Mickey Mazzo, rider number 888, also from the Super A division. He qualified with a 1:42.741 from yesterday.
Back of the grid. So we will see if race official will move him. Kasi once na pinayagan siya mag-start, considered as pinayagan siya. But I'm sure other riders will protest. Because it's on the rules eh.
Yeah.
Once na masarahan ka sa grid, yun talaga yun.
Well, they haven't.
Yeah.
I guess they're gonna let him go. Visors are down, the lights are on. And they're off. Another great start for Clyde Relativo.
And you can see John Timbol improving his position once again. And Mickey Maso now leading the race. So, makikita natin ano ba, dadagdagan ba ng seconds yung final time or I don't know. We'll wait for our race officials.
So Mickey Mazo, who was not on the starting grid on the original start of this race, when it was restarted, he finally made it to the grid at P2, and now he's at P1. So sabi mo nga kanina, Raniel, yung mga ilang racers dyan, probably not too happy about that development.
Yeah. And that's 20 riders.
And Clyde Relativo has dropped back a couple of spots here now. He's at P4.
Siguro nagkaroon siya ng problema sa start.
So Mickey Maso is now followed by Clint Nolasco riding a Kawasaki ZX-10, followed by John Timbol riding a Ducati Panigale V4. That's our top three.
You see the top three on your screens right now. The back of BRC.
Right now.
And the top four on your screens, crossing the start-finish line. As Mazo still leading the way, heading into turn number 1. And Clyde Relativo, you saw him in the bottom of your screens there a while ago in the black leathers. Bouncing around a little bit too much for his liking. Sabi nga niya, di ba kanina, na hindi siya familiar dito sa BRC. So maybe that inexperienced circuit is being a factor.
And now Clint Nolasco's leading the race. He overtook Mickey Maso going in turn 2.
So we've seen a couple of position changes already in this sprint. Sabi nga ni Raniel, no? So this is only 7 laps to go after the restart.
And now, it's only 5 laps to go. And at least maganda, dikit-dikit yung top 4 riders natin. I'm sure Clyde Relativo will still try to be on the podium spot. If not, get the top spot.
Here's the top 4 riders. And there's an incident once again here, but it looks like it's just a stalled bike.
Kailangan nila ng yellow flag.
So, Clyde Relativo is still trailing behind John Timbol. I think he's struggling on the back part of the track.
And here we have it. Clint Nolasco, Mickey Mazo, John Timbol, Clyde Relativo. Those are the top 4. Not separated by much. And we have a back marker there being passed right away.
So ito po yung isang challenging part, no, para sa mga Pirelli Cup racers natin. So ito yung mga enthusiasts natin na naging ultra competitive na. Pero of course, racing, you need to overtake on a certain position. So if bago sa'yo yung experience na yun yung magiging delay kung saan ka overtake dito sa Batangas Racing Circuit na medyo talagang technical yung track. And kailangan mong pumili ng tamang spot to pull it off.
The Pirelli Cup started with 21 racers on the grid. We lost one early in the original part of this race. So there should be 20 racers on the grid right now.
And we're still waiting, no? Kung ano mangyayari dun sa decision kanina sa change no starting position.
It's Nolasco, followed by Mazo, John Timbol, Clyde Relativo, Renzi, Ralph Andre Locinario, and Kurt Matibag. It's your top 8. Top 4 still very close to each other. You're just joining us. Clyde Relativo was ahead. He's at bike number 515, but he's dropped down now to P4. And that is bike 55, Clint Nolasco leading the pack using a BMW.
Ganda, no? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Sana dikit-dikit eh. It's not far.
So 2 laps to go for these 4 riders.
Nolasco, Mazo, John Timbol, Clyde Relativo, Justin Guche, Renzi, Geronimo David.
Looks like John Timbol pull it off on turn 1. Getting the second position from Mickey Mazo, riding his Ducati Panigale V4.
So you have a BMW up ahead, followed by a Ducati.
So 2 laps to go pa, and looks like John Timbol is very aggressive. Mukhang kaya pa niyang kunin ang top spot from Clint Nolasco.
Oo, may last 2 laps pa eh.
Kawasaki versus Ducati for Pirelli Cup 1. And Clyde Relativo trailing behind Mickey Mazo. And now we have a lot of back markers. And mukhang makaka-apekto to sa lead ni Clint Nolasco. Top 4 riders approaching their last lap.
It's Nolasco, John Timbol, Mickey Mazo, Clyde Relativo, top 4, Renzi number 5, Justin Guche number 6.
And Clint Nolasco just set the best time for this race, 1 minute 42 seconds.
You see that front tire coming up on some parts of this track.
Ayan, another back marker going to Casino Turn.
There's a little bit of traffic now. You've seen a couple of back markers already being passed. But Clint Nolasco not bothered by it.
John Timbol's running out of corners to overtake. Let's see if he pull niya yung trigger on the last corner.
there's the checkered flag. Let's wait for the official results. Let's see if the race directors will penalize Mickey Mazo, but no, he is in P4. Clint Nolasco wins it. John Timbol number 2, Clyde Relativo number 3, Mickey Mazo number 4. Followed by Justin, and then Ren C, then Geronimo David, and finally Ralph Andre Loquinario. Right. Ralph is actually in the Rookie Cup, and he manages to finish in the top 6 in this race. And there's the restart highlights. Mickey Mazo had a nice start to this race. Until Clint Nolasco finally took it from him.
So ito yung mga magandang learning for our Pirelli Cup racers, that you really need to line it up para magkaroon ka ng chance to overtake.
So this is the Pirelli Cup Group 1, Race 1 that it just ended. And then coming up next, we have the Race 1 for the 155 Super Sport and Sport class. The youngsters. We have a bunch of teenagers going to be going at each other in that race.
I'm sure another close race between Joseph Purino and Alfonso Daquigan. So another Yamaha versus Honda. And nabanggit mo nga kahapon, kung sinong kausap mo sa manufacturer, they are claiming they're the number 1.
No fail yun,
Saka ano yun, medyo madaming parameters. Baka number 1 sila sa sales, yung isa number 1 sa karera.
Yung isa naman number 1 sa automatic, number 1 sa small displays. So,
they can claim it.
They can claim. They can say,
medyo ano lang, may na-omit lang na anong category?
But of course, the Super Sports and Sports class is going to be the pole position holder from the qualifying yesterday is Joseph Dominic Porino, followed by Alfonso Daquigan, and then Chino Perez round up the top 3. Then Bethany Tolentino is at number 4. And then we have Jasper Castro, bike number 95 at number 5. Mark Jason R. Marmol, bike number 17 at number 6. And Jared Resultay, bike number 81, rounds up the top 7. And Reynel, sabi mo nga, this is like the stepping stone, no? The entry, the grassroots for the mga young racers out there na sport bike oriented yung motor nila that they're going to be using for this race. I do believe Phoebe will be downstairs as well in the starting grid. And we'll find out if she is ready or not in a few moments. But the riders should be making their way to the starting grid in just a few moments. But it's been a fun day so far of racing here at the Batangas Racing Circuit. And it's good to be back. It's good to be back here at BRC for first time for the PSBK in 3 years.
Yeah. Medyo matagal, especially kung ika-count mo yung pandemic. So that's whole 2020. Not going here. 2021, nag-focus naman sa remaining months in Clark. And then now, 2022, back in BRC.
Anthony, ano mas preferred mo? Clark? Subic? Or, actually, Subic, wala na pala. I'm showing my age.
Sir, may race track po ba sa Subic?
BRC? Wala na pala.
Ako kasi, syempre, lumaki din ako doon sa racetrack ng Batangas, dito. So, kung tatanungin ako, syempre, mas komportable na mag-ride doon sa Clark dahil sa laki ng mga turns, sa haba ng straight. Pero, syempre, dahil wala pa naman noon yung time na talagang pure BRC lang, so, naging komportable naman ako dito. Tsaka, mas masarap lang din dito dahil doon sa pagiging technical niya. So nata-challenge ka kung saan ka pwedeng corner na gumawa ng way para makalusot ka, or kasi minsan kasi maraming factor din yung ano yung technical, kasi syempre doon magkakaroon ka ng challenge kung saan ka lulusot, anong gagawin mong strategy, kasi hindi siya katulad ng mga big trucks katulad ng Clark. Syempre merong advantage din yung mga mahahabang diretso So pati yung malalaking liko and smooth, so meron din siyang advantage depende sa motor.
You know, we saw nga Alfonso dun sa Clark. He had some issues dun sa big straights, sa long straights. Pero pagdating sa mga turns, that's when humahabol siya with his Honda. And I guess mas bagay ba siya sa technical side pag ganun, or ano sa tingin ninyo?
Oo, kasi kumbaga minsan makikita mo din sa rider, meron kasing mga rider na mas okay sa kanila yung technical. Kasi parang mas nakakapag-isip sila ng strategy na gagawin nila doon. Unlike dun sa iba naman, syempre hindi natin maiwasan minsan yung iba kailangan talaga nila ng power. So advantage naman nila yung may power. So yung iba naman, dito kasi sa technical, syempre mas control mo kumbaga hindi siya puro power. So minsan magagamit mo din talaga yung techniques dito. So, kaya lang, medyo challenging lang din talaga dito sa Batangas kasi medyo bumpy ng konti. So, kailangan mo talaga din yun isama dun sa, pag-control sa bike. Pag-setup ng suspension, lahat.
Medyo bumpy? Bumpy talaga.
So, yun nga, makikita naman natin dun sa ibang mga rider, di ba? Dun sila nag-struggle talagang medyo lumilikot talaga yung mga motor nila.
And we saw, in that last race, I'm sure if you ask Clyde Relative, that's what happened.
And he's very dominant in Clark. Pero ngayon talagang may mga new riders na nakalusot.
Saka he also was able to get pole position, which means to say he can put in one good lap in a track that he's not familiar with. Yun nga lang, eventually it's gonna catch up with him kasi hindi niya kabisado yung mga lubak-lubak dito sa BRC, diba? So I guess with time, we'll see him improve here in BRC. As we take a look at some of the riders making their way to the starting grid.
Actually, advantage din nung iba yung yung lagi silang nagre-race dito dahil kumbaga alam na nila yung racing line at saka alam nila yung mga lubak kung nasaan. Unlike dun sa mga medyo bago, dun sila mag-struggle talaga sa Magugulat na lang kasi sila, bigla na lang meron.
On the racing line.
On the racing line. So yung mga expert kasi, syempre, nakasanayan na yon. So alam na nila kung kailan nila ibubukas yung throttle nila kapag nagiging bumpy yung kalsada.
So looks like they're lining up.
So these are the young guys. These are some teenagers. Iba dyan, wala pang license to ride on the road. Pero iba naman talaga yung racing license. So you can be, I remember my very first race, I raced against Matteo Guidicelli. Cars pa to. And he was 15 years old. So wala pa talagang license, di ba? So pero you can get a racing license instead of a road license. You just cannot drive on the road or ride on the road. Because it's a controlled environment.
Yes.
Saka the other motorists will not, nothing will happen to them kasi you're inside the racetrack.
And isa pa sa character ng Batangas, para dun sa mga viewers or hindi pa umiikot sa Batangas, madaming blind spot corners dito. Kung makikita mo yung mga fence, hindi mo makikita yung mga kasunod na turn. So yung mga sanay talaga sa track and kabisado na yung track, talagang sobrang laking advantage.
Tsaka isa pang maganda dito yung mga corner, meron talaga silang mga naka-camber talaga sila.
Camber.
Except lang dun sa dulo naka-off camber yun
Baliktad naman.
Oo.
Once again, this is Joseph Dominic Purino on P1, followed by Alfonsi Dakigan. Purino is on bike number 27. Dakigan is on bike number 51. Chino Perez, bike number 28. Chino Perez at number 3. Bike number 30 is number 4, and that is going to be Bethany Tolentino. Bike number 95 is Jasper Castro on P5. Mark Jason Armamol is on bike number 17. P6. And finally, bike number 81, Jared Resultay, P7. And Phoebe is ready. Phoebe?
Hi, Gino. I am here on the grid now next to Alfonsi Dakigan, who I am admiring because he looks so cute, doesn't he? Hi, Alfonsi. How are you today? Ilang taon ka na?
I'm 12 years old and feeling good.
Wow. So how do you feel? How many races have you done so far?
It's the second leg, so currently 2 races and this is the 3rd race.
Okay, and how do you... Kwentuhan mo kami about your journey here.
I used to race in Japan, but then lockdown started, so I raced here, and I'm here now.
Okay, and you're happy you want to do this thing for the rest of your life?
I am happy with what I'm doing.
Good luck. See you later, okay? Okay, let's go to... Ayan. Okay. Hi, sir. Hi, kamusta po?
Hello po. Ayos naman po.
So this is, wala kayong qualifying yesterday, no? So this is your first time here on Batangas circuit. How do you feel?
I'm quite confident naman po kasi ano po taga dito po ako Tubong Batangas po ako.
JD Purino, anong iyong expectation for this track? Alright, okay, we have to go, Gino. Okay, talk to you again later.
Thank you very much, Phoebe Walker and si Alfonsi. I don't know if he's nervous or maybe he was nervous talking to Phoebe. Ano sa tingin mo, Anthony?
Sa tingin ko nahihiya siya. Pero siguro nakafocus din siya dun sa sa racing.
And ano yan diba? Sabi mo nga, Anthony, na ano siya na you used to race against his dad. Alfonsi, of course, one of the younger racers that we have here at the Philippine Superbike Championship. The race is about to start. This is, of course, the 155 Super Sport and Sports class. And we are off. Good start here by Porino. And an equally good start as well for Alfonsi Dakigan, the young Alfonsi Dakigan. And heading into the first turn, we already have a change in positions.
So Honda, Yamaha.
Yeah.
For this race.
Number 1 sila pareho, di ba? Sabi nila. And that is bike number 51, Alfonsi Dakigan. Started P2, now P1. He got Porino in the very first corner of this race.
So kahit nahiya siya kanina, parang mas ginanahan siya ngayon sa karera.
Baka na-inspire kay Phoebe. Bethany Tolentino is also who's performed well dun sa first leg natin. She is running P4.
Oh, may small gap casino turn. We can saw it.
Look at this, and this is the problem that Alfonsi had in Clark in those long straights. They're heading into the last turn and into the main straight. This is bike number 18 in P1. They cross the start-finish line. So Porino is ahead, followed by Dakigan. And then Bethany Tolentino now at P3.
And now Alfonsi retook the lead on turn 1.
So
leaving it very late on the brakes.
So we know now na favorite niya yata yung turn 1 na yan eh. Kasi that's where he took the lead also kanina at the start of the race. But as many people say, it's not how you start, it's how you finish.
So mapapalaban ngayon si Joseph Purino sa pagiging technical rider ni Alfonso Dakigan.
But can Alfonso build in a big enough lead heading into the back part of BRC to hold off Purino heading into the last turn into the main straight later on when they get to the last lap? I think that's going to be a interesting question to be answered.
So ito yung kagandahan, no, at this early stage ng race. Ganito na sila ka-competitive. This will lift yung standards yung pagpasok ng karera. Kasi kahit other riders, magko-cope up sila to reach on this level. And Alfonso, getting some trainings outside the Philippines, masishare niya yung ganyang pace. Kasi no choice naman yung ibang riders kundi humabol. So pataas ng pataas yung standard and pace nung 155 Super Sport class.
And you see Alfonso there being a little defensive in that back part of BRC, holding off Purino as they are going almost side by side here into turn 1.
0.06.
Almost right next to each other. And then Jasper Castro is now at P3. Marmol is P4 and Bethany is now P5.
Marmol, the local legend here in Rosario, Batangas, just leaving almost outside the racetrack.
So medyo may advantage siya kasi tatawid lang ba?
Oo. Saka syempre yung fan club mo medyo madaling makapunta sa racetrack.
Alfonso doing everything he can to hold off Purino here. It's Honda versus Yamaha.
And we're all excited, no? Na bumalik yung mga manufacturer na talaga mag-line up ng mga riders nila for our national series para maging ultra competitive ulit talaga yung bawat class. Kasi syempre, if you're the manufacturer, you want your brand to be really represented sa ganitong klaseng platform. We have live broadcast ngayon sa Philippine Superbike, a very good opportunity for our sponsors and manufacturer to showcase their brand.
So far, Alfonso doing Honda very good here in this race. But Purino said, my Yamaha can catch up here in the back part of BRC, and he's about to do it. And no, Alfonso closes the door on him as they make their way to the last turn of the circuit. And he manages to hold off Purino once again on that lap. Purino getting ready for the first turn. They're almost side by side, but it's Dakigan, Purino, Castro, Marmol, Tolentino, Resultay, and Perez. Those are the top 7. Here's the first turn. Alfonso managing to still hold off Purino.
So another 5 laps of dicing. So sino mas consistent, sino mapipressure, sino magka-crack.
You know, sometimes, you know what I believe? When you're really young, like Alfonso, you have no fear and you also won't crack because you don't know, parang wala kang pressure, di ba?
Oh,
Parang,
hindi mo pa alam yung term na pressure.
oh, like, huh? What's pressure, di ba? Parang,
gusto niya lang mapunta sa harap.
Oo.
Yun lang.
Talagang na-enjoy niya, tsaka pure excitement lang yung
Oo.
nararamdaman nila.
Purino trying to go on the outside there. Oh, here they're side by side now. Purino may have gotten him here. as they're entering the back part of BRC. No, it's still Alfonsi.
Leaving it very, very late on the brakes.
Every race so far today has had two riders duking it out for the top spot. And it's been a very exciting and fun race in all the categories. Turn number 1. Purino got that position, but can he hold it? No, Alfonsi still manages to take the lead. It's Alfonsi, Purino, Castro, Tolentino, Marmol are your current order.
If you can see Gino, no, yun yung tinanong mo kanina, yung sa about knee drag. Doon sa double apex, they're not even putting their legs out. Talagang naka-aero position lang sila kahit corner. So, ayun, kung hindi sa sayad, mas mabilis. So, talagang naka-aero position lang sila. Ayun, no, even the last part of chicane, hindi na sila nag-knee down.
Pero sa Marilaki, nakikita ko yun. Marami doon, straight na straight, pero yung nakalabas yung tuhod.
Doon naman kasi sa Marilaki, ang importante, yung knee drag. Hindi yung speed.
Para sa picture, di ba?
Siyempre.
And mabuti nga ngayon, madami nang sumisita sa kanila kasi once na pinadala yun sa HPG or LTO, game over.
Oo, actually nakita ko ata yung isang post nila, meron na ngayon na nag-aabang ng mga HPG.
Meron na.
Better to make it para ma-enjoy ng lahat ng motorcycle enthusiast, pedestrian, or even cyclist going up Marilaki.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kasi you need to share the road.
Yeah, you don't own it. Everybody has the right to use the road.
Tsaka para hindi rin matakot yung ibang mga gustong pumunta dun sa lugar.
Now, Purino now ahead of Alfonsi. He got him here in the front part of BRC.
And nakita niyo yung mabilis na reaction ni Alfonsi. Nag-wide kaagad siya nung nakita niyang naka-inside si Purino to have a better exit. So, ganun ang katindi yung reaction ni Alfonsi and Racecraft na, sige, inside ka, magwa-wide ako para I will have a better exit. Maka-draft ako kung ikaw yung may top speed. Ganun develop and experience si Alfonsi even in a young age.
And of course, when your father and uncle, diba? Daddy and Tito used to race also, so siguro they passed it on to him. You can hear the scraping of the foot pegs. Galing ng mics natin, ha? Rinig na rinig yun. So this is the first time we're seeing Purino up ahead here at the back part of BRC, and Alfonsi is catching up and overtaking him here.
On the outside, you need to really carry a lot of corner speed para maka-overtake sa outside.
And Alfonsi heading into the main straight is ahead. So he gave up that first spot for just a moment. And Purino wants it back.
2 laps remaining for the two riders.
So Bethany Tolentino has found her way over to P3. While Purino and Dakigan are still battling for the top spot.
Ganda ng ganda ng laban nila.
Nakikita mo si Fonzie, hindi naman lang siya nag-knee down. Kept his stock position, exiting double apex.
Good battle up ahead as Bethany Tolentino rounds up the top 3. She is about 16 seconds behind as Alfonsi and Joseph are about to enter their final lap.
Yes.
Dakigan still ahead. Purino, Tolentino, Castro, Marmol, Resultay, and Perez, your top 7.
And Alfonsi just set the best lap time of the race. 2 minutes 2:03.188 on lap 4. So, ayan yung youth. Hindi na mapagod, pure excitement, setting best lap times till the end of the race.
No fear, no pressure, no fatigue.
If he can maintain this gap, sa tingin ko mapoprotektahan niya yung top spot. Basta wala na siyang maging mistakes.
But Purino still within striking distance here. With a couple more turns to go. They're now side by side. Purino. Dakigan. Purino takes him right there. Will he be able to hold on to it? Dakigan trying to make his move. Purino takes a quick glance at the back.
Yes, and this is the last overtaking spot where Alfonsi took him. But now, looks like may gap na si Joseph Purino.
There's a little bit of a defensive line there. Let's see what happens here as they're going to make their way to cross the start-finish line. Purino, Dakigan. It's going to be Yamaha, then Honda. Joseph Dominic Purino manages to take this win as Alfonsi Dakigan will have to settle for P2 and Bethany Tolentino will be P3. Jasper Castro, 4. Mark Jason Marmol, 5. Jared Resultay, 6. And Chino Perez did not finish. So a fun and eventful race here between these two. Joseph Purino and Alfonsi Dakigan. Parang gusto pa nila eh.
Oo, and Joseph Dominic Purino set the best lap time on his last lap. On the 8th lap of the race.
So parang he was just waiting.
2:03.169. Or talagang na-push siya dahil He really want to take the top spot.
I think Alfonsi still wants to keep on going. He's not tired whatsoever.
Parang hindi pa sila napapagod.
Oh, yeah.
May halong gigil din yan.
Oo. Nakita naman nila yung checkered flag, di ba?
nakita naman.
Youth. Up next, we're going to be bringing the final race before lunch break. And it's going to be the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. It's going to be happening in just a few moments as these riders will make their way to the pit lane. All right, congratulations again to Joseph Dominic Porino, Alfonsi Dakigan, and Bethany Tolentino rounding up the podium for the 155 Super Sport and Sport class. You raced against his father. Who's better?
Siguro mas iba kasi yung iba yung dating race. So hindi pa rin naman talaga ganun ka high technology yung mga gamit, mga motor or siguro mas sa tingin ko mas better na talaga ngayon sila Alfonsi dahil kumbaga based sa experience ng past sa father niya, sa tito niya or sa mga dating mga riders. So ngayon yung time na nasa kanila na yung mga nai-improve riding, bikes, technology. So nabibigay na sa kanila lahat ng advice at saka yung mga experience. So mas madali na siguro nilang i-develop yon lalo kung may guide ng daddy niya. Siyempre, as a rider yun dati at siyempre, coach. And ibibigay siyempre sa kanya lahat ng best para maging one of the
up-and-comers.
Philippine champion at saka para sa international. Siyempre, hinahanda sila talaga para sa international eh.
Sabi nga niya, sabi ni Alfonsi kanina na he used to race in Japan, now I'm here.
Siguro talaga ang magiging kahinaan lang niya yung si Phoebe. Mahihain kasi siya eh.
Kitang-kita sa facial expression niya kanina. He's like, oh no.
Parang doon siya kinabahan, di ba?
She's talking to me.
parang gusto niyang tumingin pero parang hindi.
Hindi pa natin training ni Tito Danny.
Oo.
Ni Daddy Danny and ni Tito Dexter.
Of course, speaking of Phoebe, she will be interviewing a couple of the riders in just a few moments. The MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. Sabi nga natin kanina during their time trials, the very famous class dito sa Pilipinas because it's a very big grid.
39 lang.
39 riders in this category. I've never seen a grid this big before.
Oo. Ang nangyari kasi dito, they have a open class, club race, and another class. So parang tatlong magkakaibang class to na pinagsama-sama sa isang grid, and they're using the same motorcycle na 185 maxi scooter. So magkakaiba lang ng rider level.
So P1 on this grid at pole position, JP Kapili, and then followed by Ton Farin and Armand Salandanan. Now what's interesting here, you also have, once again, EJ Sobretodo, another race, his third one for the day. Hindi napapagod tong batang to. And VR Suba is also here. So a bunch of guys who are riding in multiple categories are going to be racing in this heat. Sean Barshal is once again here, as well as Jeffrey Topenko, Kerwin Chang, Dre Tabaquero. VR Suba, bike number 14, is going to be at P9. And rounding up the top 10 is bike number 246, JC Mercado. 39 riders.
So first time din nakita natin si VR Suba. Kasi kung P9 siya, that's fourth row of the grid na.
That's not, we always see him top Front row. Always yan, front row of the grid. That was the first time I saw him, at least this weekend, or at least this season, P9.
Titingnan pa rin natin kung nandiyan pa rin yung angas niya. Para mabigay niya, syempre, dagdag talaga yun eh.
Kaso mukhang hindi na-aabuti ni Phoebe si
Malayo
PR
na eh.
Suba. Medyo malayo ngayon sa
na
starting
Oo,
grid.
Pang 9.
Saka mapapansin nyo yung lap time from the qualifying this morning, no? Two riders, isang 2:01.2, and then second place rider Tom Farin at 2:02. Medyo malayo sila, yung 1 and 2. And yung third place, mas malayo pa at 2:03. So medyo malalaki yung gap. Ang malalaman lang natin, yung mas mga experienced rider ba natin tulad ni EJ Sobertodo, Sean Barcial, Jeffrey Chupenko, Kerwin Chang, VR Suba, saka yung Dre Tabaquero. Kung ma-maximize nila yung yung experience and having that racecraft.
And that's something that's interesting, no? Because you sabi mo nga experience, and you said experience and EJ Sobretodo.
Oo.
Because kanina sa 400cc, not much experience kasi bigger displacement bike and it's the first season he's riding that bike. But in this category, and the smaller displacement bikes, yun talaga veterano na siya. Parang that's his bread and butter.
Oo. And EJ Sobertodo, before, one of the first rider who won on the Suzuki one-make race in Asia Road Racing Championship. So hindi familiar din si EJ Sobertodo sa international racing scene.
All right, Phoebe is ready, and let's send it down to her. Phoebes. Okay, maybe she's not ready. There are some technical difficulties, and they're trying to fix something so that we can toss it down to her with some of the riders. But there is no warm up here in this race. Of course, they did get out of the pits and then ride around. But is it important, Baba, to have a warm up lap?
Siguro para sa akin, importante din yung
Yung warm-up lap.
Yung warm-up lap.
Okay, I think Phoebe is ready now. Hold that thought. Phoebe is ready now. Let's send it down to her.
All right, hi Gino. We are back on the grid for the maxi scooter category. This is Arman Salandanan. Hi sir, is this your first race for the day?
For today po. Pero mga nakaraang taon po, nakakaikot naman.
Okay, so sanay ka na dito sa BRC?
Medyo po, medyo.
So ano pakiramdam mo ngayon na mag-race ka ulit?
Medyo kinakabahan po kasi malalakas po yung kalaban natin eh.
Very competitive, ano? Yes. So paano ka naghanda para dito?
Nung Friday lang po kami dumating. Tapos ensayo lang po hanggang kahapon. Ayun po.
So expectation mo ngayon?
Mahirap po mag-expect eh. Kung ano na lang po yung resulta. Ayun na lang po.
Good luck. Mukhang na heartbroken na si Arman. Ayaw na mag-expect. Joke lang. Alright, we got Ton Farin here. P2. Hi sir, how are you feeling today? Kwentuhan mo kami.
A little bit of excitement and medyo kabado rin.
Okay. Alright, so pang ilang beses mo na mag-race dito sa BRC?
Race actually first time.
So paano? Nag-adjust ka ba? How did you practice here?
Mindset lang, then dapat kalmado lang din yung utak.
Alright, so thank you. Thank you, good luck be safe. Alright, last P1. Let's come over here and speak to John Paolo Capili. Hi sir, magandang tanghali po. Kamusta tayo ngayon?
Okay naman po, medyo kinakabahan lang.
Pang ilang race mo na to dito sa BRC?
Madami na din po.
So, sanay na sanay ka na, gamay mo na?
Medyo po.
Okay. So ano expectation mo? P1 ka, i-maintain mo to?
Sana po ma-maintain natin hanggang huli. Yan po.
Alright, thank you. Are we good? Alright, thank you, Gino.
All right, thank you very much, Phoebe Walker, talking to the top 3 on the starting grid. And I'm kind of surprised that all of them have said kinakabahan sila. Kinakabahan ba because of the race or kay Phoebe?
Mukhang mix na yun.
No, but so you saw the change, no? The guy sitting in pole position, kapisado na yung BRC.
Yes.
The two guys after him, Not really. First time racing this weekend here at the Batangas Racing Circuit. We've been saying it throughout this day. Napaka-importante talaga to have the experience racing in the circuit para mabilis ka. So you're sanay to the track. And we saw it kanina, even though nag-pole position si Relativo, he did not finish top 3 because of some of the bumps and bruises that you get dito sa track na to. Interesting to see the different dynamics with the same different people with the same dynamics in this race weekend.
And 4, 5, 6, may mga shark. Mga experienced rider and racer talaga. EJ, Sean, and Jeffrey Chopenko.
Possible ba yan nagsasandbag yung mga ibang tao dyan?
Hindi magsasandbag na qualifying, pero minsan kasi talaga yung setup magkakaiba. So kahit pare-pare sila ng displacement at 185, mag-iiba-iba yan. So, yun.
Some of these guys here have raced not once but twice today already. So this is going to be the 3rd race for some of them. And meron pa after lunch. So can you imagine the amount of I guess energy somebody has to have, or the level of fitness that somebody has to have in order to go through what these guys are going through?
Yes, kasi yun din yung kailangan maintindihan ng iba. Hindi dahil kaya yung kumarera ng madaming category is okay. Kasi malay mo, hindi ka naman 100% sa lahat. So, for us, nung nagstay na kami sa Superbike, talagang ginive up namin yung underbone. Even before, kasi nandun yung sponsorship eh. Yung Superbikes, medyo talagang sarili mo yun. Kahit may team ka, medyo malaki pa rin yung kailangan mong gastusin to be competitive. Pero, to be 100% on category na gusto mong pag-championan, kailangan mag-focus ka dun sa one specific category na yun.
So let's see if that's going to be an issue here for some of our riders who are joining multiple. And when I say multiple, not 1, not 2, 3 different categories, which means 6 races in one race weekend. And that is really, really tiring as we have this beautiful shot of the Batangas Racing Circuit. And now we are making our way to the starting grid. Wala pang warm-up lap to. So once it's a go, it's a go. See some final preparations. So John Paul Capili, P1. Don Farin, P2. Armon Salandanan, P3. Followed by P4, EJ Sobretodo. Sean Barshal, P5. Jeffrey Chopenko, 6. Kerwin Chang, 7. Dre Tabaquero, 8. VR Suba, 9. JC Mercado, 10. The sun has come out to play here in beautiful Batangas, smiling down at the Batangas Racing Circuit. This is our final race of the morning. Or, well, it is 12:30, so it's maybe afternoon already, but it's final race before we break for lunch.
After the lunch break, we will resume the action featuring our Pirelli Patron underbone king, 155cc competitors. Make sure you know where you have the transponders, underbone king, 155cc riders. Attention Pirelli Patron underbone king riders for the 155cc. Claim your transponders now. Please claim your transponders.
39 riders on the grid. As you see our marshals kind of struggling to go from the back to the front, running and ready to put up the flag. Napakalaking grid na to.
I'm sure ni-ready na nila yung blue flag ng lahat ng marshal for this race. Especially club race, yung kalahati nung grid halos. Medyo malayo yung lap times nung last and the first rider.
All right, so the last remaining people on the track are making their way out, leaving no one but the riders, so we can get this race started. There's just one straggler in the back, just trying to find the proper spot. All right, visors are down. Here we go. Lights are on. And they're off. Look at that start there by Don Farin, and a very poor start by John Paul Capili.
So eto na. Ito na yung mga experienced rider.
And into the first turn they go. Teammates 1 and 2 right now. Look at the number of bikers there, riders there are. So Don Farin was able to get the jump on John Paul Capili. That's Don Farin on bike number 63. Once again, this is the MPRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. The biggest class we have this season. Sa tingin ko, mga 4th lap, 3rd lap.
May overlap na. May back marker na.
That's number 99, Kerwin Chang, running P2 at the moment. Trailing his teammate, Don Farin.
And 2 from Team JVT.
Team JVT, favorite ko na na uniform. Saka lahat sila, 'di ba? Pare-pareho, yellow, bike helmet, suit. Some of the riders are crossing the start-finish line. Ooh! There's a rider here spilling fluids on the track. I wonder if it's just water, it should be okay. Don Farin, bike number 63, still ahead of the pack. He is now being trailed. We'll get it for you. We'll get the info of the rider behind Don Farin. Started at P2, but got a great start. Now he's leading this race of 39 riders.
And Erwin got pushed back to P4.
So it is Don Farin, followed by Kerwin Chang, and then Armand Salandanan, and followed by EJ Sobretodo. Armand Salandana trails Don Farin. But right now, they look like they're about to be side by side. And no, Don Farin still manages to get the first turn. First, but he slides! Oh my goodness! And there's 2 riders down. And now it's Arman Salandanan up ahead, followed by Kerwin Chang. Bike number 64. And bike number 99. Now where Ton Farin slid, it looked like something was coming out of another bike in the previous lap. It was in the same spot.
Hindi natin kasi alam kung tubig lang yan or oil.
Oo. Buti naman na low side lang siya. No, it wasn't you saw him move right away right after that, so it looked like he should be okay. Pero medyo hazard yan yung motor nandun if they're not able to clear it right away because there's other bikes coming in very fast in turn 1. So 6 laps to go in this race. Ton Farin, Arman Salandanan, EJ Sobretodo. Those are your top 3 at the moment. Here they are in the main straight. They're about to go enter the same spot where Ton Farin went off. Arman Salandanan leading the way, followed by Kerwin Chang, Jeffrey Topenko, EJ Sobretodo next. And there's another one. That's 2 riders down in almost the same spot. Ton Farin punches the ground in disgust. And now Kerwin Chang is ahead. So it had 2 riders go down in the exact same spot.
Yeah.
And it looked like, as I mentioned a while ago, it looked like something was coming out of another rider's bike in that very first corner.
And from a 5-way battle, naiwan na lang si Kerwin Chang leading the 185 Maxi Scooter class.
Kailangan niyang makita yung first corner kung bakit ganun yung nangyayari para makaiwas din siya.
I mean,
or baka nakita na niya.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big
Siguro.
enough lead. Now, diba? Parang kita na niya eh. So, I mean, do you slow down there to make sure that you don't hit anything that's on the track? Pwede.
So at first is Tom Farin, and I think EJ Sobretodo got caught up din dun sa first crash, and now Armand Salandanan. So naiiwan na lang si Kerwin Chang for this 185cc Maxi Scooter. Malaki yung gap from second place.
Lalo
baka magulat na yung tatawid at second place na, oh, nasa podium spot pala ako.
So here he is, coming into the last turn, into the first main straight. Let's see what he does here. If he manages to avoid whatever that is causing the riders to slide in that first turn. He's about to hit the first turn. Kerwin Chang still ahead. Let's see what happens here. Let's see if his line is different. We've seen 2 riders go down, 3 riders go down, and he does change it a little bit. Okay. And there's another one.
So I believe that's Jeffrey Chopenko or Arnold Igos.
So Kerwin Chang avoided any incident in turn number 1. Not so good for multiple riders already in this race.
I think some marshal should check turn 1 kung ano yung possible cause because hindi lang isa, medyo madami na yung rider na sumemplang, and it's a dry condition. You don't usually crash na ilang riders sa isang corner.
So si Kerwin Chang nga, kita mo na nag-slow down talaga siya.
Oo.
Siguro alam na niya.
And now there's really nobody behind him. Who's the gap between him and the second placer is so massive. He can take his time dun sa first corner na yan to make sure na wala talaga mangyayari sa kanya.
Yeah. And once he crossed the start and finish line, 3 laps to go na lang.
Kerwin Chang looks like he's going to be able to hold off anybody, any challenges, but his biggest challenge might be turn number 1. And possibly some back markers as we see him passing a couple of riders. He avoided it last time. Let's see if he can avoid it again. Kerwin Chang entering the first turn. Let's see if it's going to be any different. And he does slow down significantly there just to make sure he gets through that corner. But there has to be something there now. Like
Yes. Well, maybe just flag.
In that corner, no?
Yeah.
Something.
At least maglabas sila ng yellow flag.
Well, whatever it is there in the first turn, it hasn't affected number 99 Kerwin Chang in this race. His rivals, there was about 4 of them that they were battling for the top spots. All of them are out.
And I hope yung mga rider na nag-crash, walang nangyari sa kanila because some of them are still racing on a different category.
That's right. Well, parang wala naman masyado kasi they were able to walk out of that incident.
Kasi pag tingnan mo yung list with VR Subas gone, EJ Sobretodo's gone.
Kerwin Chang, Armand Salandanan is currently, at least by what our graphics show us, is currently at number 2. A far number 2. Well, Kerwin Chang has found the proper line here in turn number 1. Let's see if he manages to still stay away from another spill. And he does it again. So alam na niya kung whatever it is there where a lot of his competitors have had issues. So by the looks of it from our graphics, it's Kerwin Chang followed by Armand Salandanan and then EJ Sobretodo at P3. So there are 2 laps to go in the first race of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. I'm sure his teammates or his team is they're all holding their breath as he approaches turn number 1 once again. Kerwin Chang, Salandanan, Sobretodo, Chopenko. Those are the top 4 as of the moment. One lap to go. We started with 39 riders. By our count, we are down to 35. Which is still a lot. Kerwin Chang running into a lot of traffic now.
And I believe this is the last lap for Kerwin Chang.
Yeah. Kerwin Chang looking behind him, but no, those are not your competitors. You've lapped them already. Kerwin Chang about to cross the start-finish line and get the checkered flag as he avoids any problems in turn number 1 where his top other competitors all were wiped out, as Armand Salandan will finish P2 and EJ Sobretodo will round up the podium. And what an eventful race. I wonder if the marshals now can go check if there is really indeed anything dun sa my term number 1. Kasi napakarami, like it's, sabi mo Reniel, diba? It's not one rider, not two riders,
Yes.
multiple. Mga 4 or 5 riders went down there.
And then madami pa tayong karera after lunch break. So I'm sure our marshals will check all the corners para lang ma-prepare ng tama during the lunch breaks for our riders.
Yeah, we saw a bike spilling something on the track near turn number 1 as we take a look at the highlights. Pagkatapos nun, that's when we saw not 1, not 2, not 3, but possibly 4 riders go down in the same corner. Yan o, kitang-kita dyan, no? Dami pang kalaban ni Kerwin din eh. And then we saw him go down. We saw Tom Farin go down right there. And there's another one that followed. And then here's another one. So multiple riders going down in the same spot. And Kerwin Chang took full advantage of all of that as he cruises his way into a victory here at the first race of the MTRT Maxi Scooter 185 class. And there he is, taking the checkered flag. And wow, what an eventful race.
Yeah. Jam-packed. Hindi kasi we started na dicing yung top 5 riders natin eh. And then suddenly, biglang nag-iingat na yung natitirang rider. So, kasi nag-iba. And of course, yung second and third place, nakita din nila kung anong nangyari. And I'm sure they're avoiding kung ano yung mga nangyari dun sa mga naunang riders na nakita nilang sumemplang.
In a situation like that, Anthony, anong advice to riders?
Siguro pinakamaganda maging maging aware din sila excuse doon sa track or kung ano man yung dadaanan nila. Syempre, hindi naman kasi lahat nakikita agad ng mga marshals kung ano man yung mga nangyayari doon sa ibang riders. So siguro pag mag-approach ka ng corner, siguro mas maganda na tinitingnan mo pa rin yung dadaanan mo kung ano yung meron, para kahit papaano maiwasan mo siya sa susunod na ikot mo ulit.
Okay, and congratulations to Kerwin Chang. Parang he was the one who followed that advice, no? Like he figured it out right away. But we're going to be having more action for you from the Philippine Superbike Championship over at the Batangas Racing Circuit. We'll be right back.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling. And I'm really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Not just for our flag, but also for our brothers. Michael and Paolo, Lord, thank you for gathering us here today. Heal every broken bone, make them recover really fast, full recovery, Lord God. And Lord God, we pray for strength for their families, Lord God, in this challenging time. This we ask in Jesus' holy and mighty name we pray. Amen.
Hi guys, I'm TJ Alberto. I'm a rider this year in the Asia Superbike Championship. I'll be riding in the ASB 1000 on the number 77 Ducati Panigale V4R. So watch out for me on the races. And last year was actually also the 2021 Philippine Superbike champion with the Ducati Panigale V4R. This year, I'm so happy to be part of the Angkas Motorsports family. It's so nice to have gotten this partnership rolling, and really so happy to have the support of you guys. I really feel the love and compassion from you guys about the motorcycling industry, and that's what I'm all about. I really love motorcycles from the very start, ever since I was so young. So thank you so much, and see you all on the road, mga kagulong.
Searching for greatness in a sea of the dying and shameless, a sea of the aimless. I don't wanna be one of the nameless. I'ma wake up with the mindset that one day I'm gonna make it, and I don't think I'll be fine if I don't break my limitations. Don't try to stop me, I exist to write my own story. I'll make a decision if I want some peace or if I want the glory. Don't want a life that is complacent or possibly boring. Just want a life that is worth every day exploring. My whole life I just wanted someone who would notice me. My whole life I just wanted to be somebody to be. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, yeah, I just wanna be great. Yeah, I just wanna be great. This is a statement to appreciate all that is vacant. It's just for the taking. If you make up your mind to take it, I'm never complacent. I would work in a mansion or basement. Yeah.
Welcome everyone to the first Let's Ride as One Ducati Global Ride. Riding as one today, we have showed the world how lively and united the Ducati Philippines family is.
I'm so sick of my mind.
Good morning, everyone. I hope everyone is having a warm time.
It's really so amazing to have everyone here. To have such a big number of participants, really incredible. And thank you guys for supporting the brand.
Thank you very much. Sobrang overwhelmed kami. After 2 years, ngayon lang ulit tayo nagkaroon ulit. Ride safe, pauwi ha!
Thank you very much from the bottom of our hearts for being here and being part of the 300 strong Let's Ride as One event.
Thank you for supporting.
It's really so amazing to have everyone here. To have such a big number of participants.
Alright, alright. Kaya pa lang tayo mag-start.
when I ride the Street Fighter, it's basically like I'm riding my race bike on the road. I think when we feel finesse, it's when everything just clicks into place. No, you feel like every single lap you do is like you have a good rhythm. You don't feel out of control. You feel quite in control, like you can do anything you really want to do.
The bike doesn't need to control you. You must control the bike.
I can tour, I can canyon carve in the twisties, and I can just have sport bike fun on Sundays. This is such an addictive bike to ride. I can't wait to ride it all the time.
We want to be completely prepared. We're not thinking about anything else but the race. I think when it's race day, we want to be one with the bike. We know the bike in and out. It's not only our bike at this point, but it's an extension of ourselves.
You want to know what a 208 horsepower, 199 kilo super naked feels like? Fun.
It's important that you're confident enough to use it.
I'm always looking for performance in my bike. That's why I choose the Street Fighter as my everyday bike.